Chapter 2953 Crimson Great Herb. 2953 Crimson Great Herb. Thus, instead of wasting time, it would be better to stop the battle and digest the experience gained in it. Under the massive pressure of a powerful enemy like Xian Chihu, Ling Han actually created another 7th grade seal, making him feel like he had to thank Xian Chihu. The best way to thank you is to beat you till you burst. Ling Han thought to himself. He came out of seclusion, and continued to search for veins of raw stone. He crossed numerous mountains and ocean trenches with unknown depths that had dried up, exploring mines everywhere. However, as more and more people entered into this dimension, the competition became more and more intense, and his gains also became lesser and lesser. Several years later, Ling Han finally found a vein of ore. I've finally found one. Ling Han rubbed his hands together, slightly excited. He had not made any discoveries for tens of thousands of years. He measured this vein of ore vein, yet he frowned because he had discovered an unknown object in the depths of the ore vein. It was so-called unknown not because he did not recognize what this thing was, but rather because he could not see it at all. It was a very large object that was wrapped in some powerful energy that blocked his divine sense. He was very surprised. What was this thing that even his divine sense could not penetrate? He'd dig it out for a look. Ling Han dug with all his might. Heavenly venerable stone was not a hard material, and he soon dug to the depths of the vein of ore. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure assaulted him, making it difficult for him to take another step forward. He couldn't help but feel astonished. He had the battle prowess of the 6th tier, yet he was actually no match for this aura. Could it be that there was something on the level of 7th tier inside? Was it a crimson great herb? Ling Han couldn't help but feel longing. The crimson-colored great herb had always been the stuff of legends, but there was a pattern among great herbs that allowed a great elite to deduce the existence of this great herb. The orange-colored great herb could help 4th-tier elites advance one step further, reaching the 5th tier, and the crimson-colored great herb could help 5th-tier elites advance to the 6th tier. Of course, this would only increase their chances of successfully breaking through by a tiny bit. What Ling Han needed the most now was time. He believed that he could advance to the 5th tier or 6th tier without relying on external power, but if he had the help of a great herb, it would undoubtedly shrink this time by countless folds. Come on, come on. He dug a few more feet, yet discovered that the pressure was getting greater and greater, causing him to feel as if he had become an ordinary person that was trapped in a swamp filled with mud, experiencing great strain. He continued onwards with all his might, and finally a crimson color appeared ahead of him. Ling Han was surprised. This great herb was a little too big, wasn't it? The great herbs that had been previously unearthed were only about a foot long, and it wouldn't be much bigger than that, but this smear of crimson red was at least 3 feet long. As expected of the top of all herbs. Ling Han dug again, and after a few more hand chops, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. This was the great herb. What appeared in front of his eyes was actually a crimson dress. It was naturally impossible for a dress alone to put so much pressure on him, but no matter how strong a heavenly venerate tool was, there was a limit, and that was the 6th tier. 7th tier. Only a 7th tier heavenly venerate could possess 7th tier power. There was nothing that could equal that in existence. Which also meant that there was a 7th tier elite buried here. It couldn't be, right? Hadn't all the 7th tiers of the Genesis world of the last era appeared? Chongya and the others as well as the dead heavenly venerate yellow sand totaled up to 6. Should he continue digging? Ling Han hesitated slightly. There didn't seem to be much meaning in digging out the corpse of another 7th tier. His hesitation was only momentary, and he immediately began digging again. He was a curious person. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of this, right? He carefully continued. The aura of the 7th tier continuously seeped out, causing his face to pale. Though he possessed 6th tier battle prowess, 7th tiers could crush any existence, and added with the fact that Ling Han only possessed 6th tier battle prowess, but was not a real 6th tier, his physique was much too inferior. At this moment, Ling Han genuinely felt like giving up. But right at this moment, that powerful pressure instantly spiked countless times over. As the crimson shadows moved, a person suddenly sat up. Say, se. Countless broken bits of rubble fell down, but Ling Han could not feel anything. He was just staring at the person in front of him. This was a woman, breathtakingly beautiful and indescribably exquisite. The beauty of the Empress and Hunyo should not be inferior to hers, but this woman possessed an indescribable bearing, making her seem more ethereal and serene. This woman's eyes had initially been closed, but now they were suddenly open. Instantly, she looked lively, which also gave rise to an astonishing pressure centered on her. Even Ling Han was breaking out in a cold sweat. 7th tier, this was definitely a supreme being of 7th tier. Why was there another 7th tier? If there had still been a living 7th tier, Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen and the others would definitely have said so, and would have gone to search for her. Moreover, the person who had restrained extermination in the past was only Heavenly Venerate Yellow Sand, and there was no other person. Thus, it was strange. How had this 7th tier come out? Ling Han's first reaction was to flee, but he immediately discovered that though this woman's eyes were astonishingly beautiful, as deep as the sea, they were also filled with blankness and innocence. This kind of gaze could only be seen on infants. A dignified 7th tier Heavenly Venerate was actually a newborn infant? How was this possible? Heavenly Venerates were despised by the heaven and earth. There was absolutely no way that the heaven and earth would nurture a 7th tier. Could it be that there was something like an upgraded version of the Dimension Scroll, which directly created a 7th tier? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hysteria was a dimension, a transcendent dimension at that. Even it couldn't create a 7th tier, so how could other dimensions do it? Hello. Ling Han broke into a smile, trying his best to appear gentle and amiable. The red-clothed woman slanted her head slightly, and stared at Ling Han. Hello. Her words were unclear, and it was as if she were just learning how to speak. Could it be that when the Genesis world had collapsed all those years ago, her spirit had suffered a powerful impact, and that was why she had become like this? This was not impossible. A 7th tier being indestructible was referring to their physical bodies, which were tempered by the 6 fundamental particles, but divine sense couldn't reach this level. For example, the impact caused by the destruction of the Genesis world could shatter it. Heavenly Venerate Yellow Sand was clear proof of this. His physical body was unscathed, but his spirit was dead. Hence, if this female Supreme Being's divine sense had been severely damaged at that time, it would not have been strange for her to have turned into an infant. However, after a Heavenly Venerate developed intelligence, they would be able to grow at an incomparably shocking rate, what more when it was a 7th tier. What's your name? Ling Han questioned further. What is your name? This female Supreme Being echoed his words. Though she was stuttering, it was clear that her words were much clearer than before. Fine, I've asked for nothing. Ling Han sighed. Was he going to have to teach a child how to speak? He didn't dare to let the Empress and Hunyo out. This female Supreme Being didn't know how to suppress her aura at all, and even Ling Han felt immense pressure, as if his skin was about to tear. The Empress and Hunyo were far inferior to himself, and faced with this aura, they would definitely be crushed. I'll teach her then. Ling Han taught this female Supreme Being how to speak. It had to be said that he was still secretly a little proud. She was a 7th tier, and he could already become a teacher for a 7th tier. Chapter 2954, 2954 Guidance. 2954 Guidance. The learning ability of a 7th tier was naturally strong. In just a few days, that female supreme being had already learned how to speak, but her intelligence could not be praised. She was still stuck at the level of a 3-year-old child. Ling Han taught her how to restrain her aura. If this continued, the skin all over his body would be cracking. The red-clothed woman learned for a few more days, and finally learned how to control her aura. If she did not take the initiative to reveal herself, even a 6th tier would not be able to discover how strong she was. Ling Han let the Empress and Hunyou out of the celestial guest residence. When the two women saw an exquisitely beautiful woman suddenly appear, they couldn't help but feel surprised. The beauty of this woman was definitely not inferior to theirs. "Who is she?" Hunyou asked curiously. "Who is she?" the red-clothed woman also asked, her head slanted. She was like how Xiao Gu had once been. Her favorite hobby was mimicking the words of others. "I unearthed her from a raw stone." Ling Han spread out his hands helplessly. The two women were curious, and stared at this woman. The woman in red also stared at them, her head slanted and her eyes similarly filled with curiosity. Why were these two people different from Ling Han? "Don't underestimate her. She is a 7th tier, Ling Han said. "What?" The Empress and Hunyou were both given a fright. There was nothing more terrifying than elites of the 7th tier in this world. "Husband, what kind of luck do you have that you can even unearth a 7th tier elite?" the Empress mused ruefully. Previously, Ling Han had already unearthed a 7th tier, but that had been a corpse, unlike this one, who was a living being. If this spread out, it would definitely scare a large number of people to death. Meanwhile, the woman in red giggled. She was just a child, and loved to cause trouble and be mischievous. "What is your name?" Hunyou asked curiously. The red-clothed woman slanted her head to one side. "I do not have a name." Hunyou couldn't help but feel excited. "Then Nyo will give you one." The red-clothed woman clapped her hands, and said, "Okay." She seemed to find Hunyou's words interesting, and parrot, "Nyo wants a name." "That's wrong. Only Nyo can use the name of Nyo," Hunyou insisted. Hunyou was very excited. This was naming a 7th tier, so she felt a great sense of accomplishment. "Your name will be Bao Mei, then." She finally came up with a name after thinking for a long while. Ling Han couldn't help but grit his teeth. In the past, he had given Hunyou this name. Did this little girl still want to bring his naming skill to greater heights? "She's all dressed in red, so why don't we just use this as inspiration for a name?" the Empress suggested. It was rare for her to be interested in the matters of others. After all, this was about a 7th tier. "Bao Mei sounds nice," Hunyou insisted. "Qi is more suitable." The Empress did not back down. The two women were at loggerheads again, both wanting to obtain the right to name a 7th tier. Juhua, the red-clothed woman suddenly spoke up. She pointed at herself. "Nyo likes this name." Fine, neither woman realized her wish. Meanwhile, Hunyou jumped up. "Don't snatch Nyo's exclusive property of Nyo." The red-clothed woman, Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire, giggled. "Nyo is Juhua." No matter how Hunyou flew into a thunderous rage, protesting repeatedly, Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire was completely unconcerned, and firmly believed in this self-proclaimed name. Ling Han tried to ask her about what had happened before she had fallen into a deep slumber, but Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire couldn't remember anything. She had only just begun learning how to speak, so how could she still have any of her previous memories? "Come, let's go check out other areas." Ling Han gave up. "Juhua is a 7th tier. Can she bring us to a deeper dimension?" the Empress asked. Ling Han nodded. You know me best." "Nonsense, Nyo knows you too," Hunyou hurriedly said. The four people directly proceeded downwards, planning to just forcefully barge into the next dimension like this. In a short while, the flames formed by the fundamental particles were seen burning fiercely. The closer they were to the core of the group of dimensions, the more terrifying the pressure became. It was enough to incinerate even 6th-tier heavenly Venerates and turn them into ashes. Ling Han pushed out heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire, but this female supreme being did not have much courage at all. With a sharp scream, she immediately fled back. However, she was too strong. Amidst a sharp cry, the eardrums of Ling Han and the others all burst, causing blood to flow out. It was as if those fundamental flames had also suffered a blow as they dimmed and were extinguished one after another. Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire couldn't help but be startled. She had not thought that the might of her cry would actually be so great. Out of curiosity, she released another sharp cry. The sound rumbled out, and extinguished the flames that were even farther away from them. Ling Han hurriedly drew Hunyou and the Empress into the celestial guest residence, and then used his own power to protect them. Otherwise, even if they were protected by a heavenly Venerate tool, so what? The people inside would definitely be shattered into blood by the impact. Meanwhile, he covered his ears with his hands. However, he was still unable to prevent his skin from being ripped apart. Blood started to flow from his 7 apertures. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" he called out. Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire was so excited that she completely ignored his existence. When she finally discovered that there was something off with him, Ling Han had already become a bloody figure. All the skin on his body had long since been torn apart beyond recognition. "What's wrong with you?" she asked as she cocked her head to one side, her expression that of complete innocence. Ling Han was rendered speechless. He had been wounded to such a state, yet he still couldn't exact revenge, which made him feel gloomy. But to say nothing of the fact that he was no match for her now, even if he was, how could he bring himself to bully a child? Forget about it. He was definitely going to suffer this loss in silence. Come. Let's step out first, and I will teach you a few moves." Ling Han sighed. If he wanted Zhu Hua to pave the way for him, he would first have to teach her how to control and use her power. Otherwise, he would be dead before he could even enter into the next dimension. Zhu Hua still wanted to play, but when she saw Ling Han walking back, she could only follow gloomily. Next, Ling Han taught Zhu Hua how to use her own power. A 7th tier was a 7th tier, and Zhu Hua learned very quickly. She probably would be able to perfectly control her own power in a few months' time. However, after only a few days, Ling Han was discovered. This time, it was people from the Flaming Frost realm. There were a total of 7 people, and they were naturally all 6th tiers. "You Borong?" Ling Han immediately recognized one of them. This old geezer was indeed intent on killing him, working so hard to find him. "Ling Han, I've found you," Yu Borong said in a baleful voice. Ling Han gave an "oh." "Then congratulations." "Congratulations?" Yu Borong humphed. "Do you think this is a game?" "Now that I've found you, it means that your time of death has come," he said balefully. Ling Han was naturally unconcerned. There were merely 7 6th tiers, so what if they ganged up on him? Could it be that they could insta-kill him? As long as they could not insta-kill him, he could tear a rip into the void and return to the Genesis world. No one could pursue him. Moreover, I still have a 7th tier by my side, so why don't you guys give it a try? Then just bring it on, and see how I will deal with you, Ling Han said with a smile. Attack. There is no need to be polite, Yu Borong declared coldly. The 7 6th tiers surrounded Ling Han, all of them exuding an eerie pressure. Chapter 2955, 2955 Tremor. 2955 Tremor. How many 6th tiers were there in the world? About 100 at the beginning, there might have been more, but internal strife had broken out previously, and there were also some 6th tiers that had died, so there were only about 100 of them now, and there wouldn't be many more than that. Although 6th tiers couldn't be called supreme elites, they were still one of the few elites in the world. Each of them had the ability to sweep aside the ages. Yu Borong and the others surrounded Ling Han, all of them filled with killing intent. Ling Han was a person that had to be killed. Yu Borong, for example, was likely here to avenge the death of his son, while the other 6 thought that Ling Han was too freakish. Once he gained the battle prowess of 7th tier, that would cause immeasurable damage to the Genesis world. What do you want? Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire asked a little timidly. These people were filled with blazing killing intent, which scared her. If she is together with this brat, she must be no one good either. We kill her as well, a 6th tier declared. Yu Borong was the first to move. Boom! His palm moved, striking out at Ling Han and Zhu Hua together. Ah! When Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire saw this palm strike flying towards her, her first reaction was not to dodge or parry, but to grab her head and scream in fright. The sound turned into waves that surged out in all directions. Ling Han had long since prepared himself. Not only had he covered his ears, he had also channeled over 100 dimensions to defend himself. Ka, ka, ka. Multiple cracks appeared on the dimensions, but thankfully, they did not shatter. Even so, Ling Han's nose was still bleeding. He couldn't completely avoid this vicious attack. He was already in such a state, what more Yu Borong and the others. They were all directly sent flying. All the clothes on their bodies were torn and tattered, their skin cracked, and blood was gushing out. So what if they were 6th tiers? Faced with the might of a 7th tier, a single cry was enough to have such an impact that their hair was disheveled, and they were bleeding from all their apertures. Ling Han took advantage of the opening to charge out. He headed directly for Yu Borong. This old bastard had targeted him time and time again, he was too despicable. Pang, pang, pang. From the very beginning, Ling Han was going all out. His 8th grade seals were all unleashed, boosting his power by 1,000 times. With his basic power, which was now at the late stage of the 6th tier, he had already reached the extent of being able to crush Yu Borong. Yu Borong was presently in a state of turbulence. Who would have thought that a woman who looked so fragile could actually burst out with such terrifying battle prowess? He was a 6th tier, yet a 6th tier was actually unable to block the might of a mere cry. What did this signify? This woman was a 7th tier ultimate elite. However, how was this possible? The Genesis world of the 2 eras added together only had 10 7th tiers, and even if there would be more in the future, they should emerge from among the 6th tiers like Zhouheng, Chu Hao, and Golden Silk Moth, but definitely not be this woman. Even if his temperament was extremely calm, he was still feeling apprehensive at this moment. It was also because of this that he could only retreat continuously when faced with Ling Han's barrage of attacks. The other 6th tier Heavenly Venerates were also numb with shock. They stared blankly at Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire, and their hearts were in a mess for a moment. But they couldn't go on like this forever, right? Greetings, milady. They all paid their greetings to Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire. Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire looked at these people blankly. You guys were so fierce just now, and now you're acting so humble. What do you want to do? She asked weakly, why do you guys want to hit Nyo? Pooh. The 6th tier elites couldn't help but gape in shock. One of them even spluttered in his shock. Even the self-restraint of 6th tier wasn't enough. Nyo? What Heavenly Venerate would call themselves that? Especially when this Heavenly Venerate was an immortal and indestructible 7th tier ultimate elite. Her image instantly crumbled. Dare I ask, how do we address you, milady? A 6th tier asked, clasping his hands respectfully. Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire was instantly keen, and puffed out her chest. Niu is Juhua. Juhua? The 6 Heavenly Venerates exchanged looks, all appearing very puzzled. Putting aside 7th tiers, they had never heard of such a Heavenly Venerate before. A Heavenly Venerate could not possibly appear out of thin air. Of course, there was an exception in those that came from the Genesis world of the last era. Hold on, could it be that this person was an ultimate elite of the Genesis world from the last era? Right. This was the most likely deduction. Greetings, Lady Juhua. The 6 elites bowed again. Juhua looked very pleased with herself, tilting her chin as she looked left and right. She was very satisfied with this. The 6 elites were even more puzzled. Was this really a 7th tier ultimate elite? However, they had all personally experienced the power of this woman. If she wasn't a 7th tier, then what could be considered a 7th tier? They could only watch from the sidelines. Ling Han clearly had a close relationship with this 7th tier. If she didn't speak, how would they dare move to deal with Ling Han? Were they tired of living? Ling Han unleashed his full power. In the first place, Yu Borong was no match for him. Added with the fact that he had been wounded by the roar of Juhua earlier, even though his injuries weren't very serious, it would affect his battle prowess some. Under Ling Han's wave-like attacks, this effect was also continuously magnified, causing his disadvantage to become more and more obvious. Yu Borong couldn't help but feel shocked. How much time had passed? He was already no match for Ling Han. At this rate, to say nothing of exacting revenge for the murder of his son, even he would have to die helplessly under Ling Han's fists. He hurriedly said, "Friends, are you really going to allow this despicable brat to commit crime?" The 6 elites looked at each other, and finally turned to look at Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire. However, she had absolutely no intention of speaking, so who would dare make a move? Was a 7th tier ultimate elite mere decoration? Ling Han's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. He had to kill Yu Borong in this 2-hour-long power burst. Otherwise, even if he used the 9th grade combination seals, the increase in battle prowess would drop to more than 200 times. In that case, it would be difficult to kill Yu Borong. After all, he was a 6th tier. Throughout history, there were not many that could reach this kind of height. Which one of them was not a prodigy among prodigies, an overlord among overlords? Yu Borong also knew this very well. He defended with all his might, not hoping to succeed, but merely hoping to survive these 2 hours. He drew out a Heavenly Venerate tool. It was a silver spear, and as the spear danced, it turned into multiple white dragons, possessing great might. Since Yu Borong had advanced to the 6th tier, he had not used a Heavenly Venerate tool, because the boost to his battle prowess could be considered negligible, but now he had actually unleashed it, which was proof enough of just how terrible his situation was. Even if there was only the slightest bit of improvement, it was like a straw to clutch at. Just how hopeless was this situation for him? Ling Han roared endlessly. "Old bastard, I definitely won't let you escape this time." Wang. He summoned all of his dimensions. In an instant, over 300 dimensions that were close to high level appeared, illuminating the heavens and forming an indescribable pressure. Pooh! Yu Borong's movements froze, and he was instantly hit by Ling Han's punch, causing him to throw up blood madly. He also spluttered out his internal organs, all of them shattered. "Milady, please have mercy." Seeing that Yu Borong was really about to die, the 6 elites finally couldn't help but speak up, pleading with Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire. Chapter 2956, 2956 killed. 2956 killed. Juhua's head slanted to one side, looking blankly at the 6 great elites. "Are you guys talking to me?" But it was clearly Ling Han who was fighting, so what did it have to do with her? Seeing the expression of Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire, the 6 elites were also baffled. If you were willing to let Yu Borong off the hook, then just a nod would be enough, and if you did not agree, then whether it was a cold humph or ignoring them completely, that would be fine. But what did she mean by looking at them with her head tilted to one side like this? Was she playing around with them? If it were another person, they would definitely fly into a thunderous rage, and directly move to smack the other party to death. But now they were facing a 7th-tier ultimate elite, so even if they knew that she was joking around with them, what could they do? After reaching the 7th tier, one could do as they liked. The heavens couldn't suppress them, and the earth couldn't imprison them. There was absolutely no need to care about how others felt. Ling Han attacked madly. Wang, wang, wang. He released all the dimensions. Now, there was only one opponent, and he had suppressed him. He was not worried that Yu Borong would still have the spare energy to damage his dimensions. If he did, he would really be thinking that he was not dying fast enough. This gave Yu Borong an indescribable pressure, causing his situation to become worse and worse. He had no choice but to seek help from his companions again. Meanwhile, the 6 elites were dumbfounded. They had really been stunned by Ling Han. Several hundred dimensions, what kind of concept was that? It should be known that there were only 3 among them that had nurtured a dimension in their bodies when they had been pseudo-heavenly venerates, causing their battle prowess to surpass that of their peers, but it was only a single dimension. Previously, there were only 5 7th tiers in the Flaming Frost realm. Aside from their descendants, disciples, and grand disciples, how could others possibly be favored by a 7th tier, who could help them create another space in their dantian to accommodate a second dimension? But even if there were such lucky people, such as Lin Yolian, Xin Chihu, and so on, how could they compare to Ling Han? They were completely inferior. Was this Hysteria's power then? The 6 of them all thought, could it be that Hysteria is so terrifying? A 7th tier could only create a space to accommodate an additional dimension, but Hysteria could stuff in an additional few hundred? Milady, Yu Borong is a member of the main force against Hysteria. We only have about 106th tiers in total, so how could he be killed here? A 6th tier mustered up the courage to say this to Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire. Ju Hua cocked her head, and said in displeasure, "Why are you guys asking Nyo? Nyo doesn't even know what you guys are talking about. You guys are so annoying, Nyo hates you guys." The 6 elites were greatly shocked. A 7th tier said she hated them. Did this mean that she was going to attack them? They hurriedly retreated. Once a 7th tier moved, no one would be able to stop him. Having condensed the 6 fundamental powers of the Genesis world, they were powerful to an indescribable extent, and there was absolutely no way to stand against them. However, he had no time to reprimand them at all. Ling Han's attacks were too violent, and it was clear that he wanted to destroy Yu Borong in under 2 hours. His attacks were earth-shattering, and when he threw a punch, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire dimension was trembling, triggering a terrifying energy storm. This undoubtedly made the battle even more dangerous. Not only did Yu Borong have to resist the direct pressure from Ling Han, he also had to guard against the energy storm that could charge out at any time. This naturally made his situation worse, and he was in imminent danger. This energy storm was naturally impartial, and similarly exerted a great pressure on Ling Han. However, Ling Han had already made up his mind, and that was to trade injury for injury. He had the upper hand, and sustaining the energy storm would only cause him serious injury, at most, but Yu Borong would be dying. The 6 elites saw this, yet not only were they unable to rescue him, they didn't even dare to open their mouths to plead for leniency. This was because Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire had already rebuked them and said she hated them. Who would dare to provoke her further? Pang! Yu Borong's left arm was shattered with a punch from Ling Han. Blood exploded and spattered in all directions. 6th tiers were extremely powerful. Wherever this blood flowed, it would be as if the spot had suffered a heavy blow, and would explode into pieces. Ling Han also spat out a mouthful of blood. In order to severely wound Yu Borong with this blow, he had also been struck by the energy storm. This was a price that had to be paid. It was as if he felt nothing, and his offensive was still as strong as ever. Yu Borong took a deep breath, wanting to forcibly extract the power of heaven and earth to quickly grow his arm back, but this was the void, where the 6 fundamental powers were extremely violent. He inhaled a single breath madly, and his face instantly flushed red. He appeared to be in extreme pain. Originally, he could suppress this kind of violent force, but now he was heavily injured. Not only was this unable to help him, it instead caused his injuries to worsen. "Old bastard, I'll send you on your way to the afterlife," Ling Han said coldly. He brandished his fists furiously, and his offensive became even more rapid. Yu Borong gritted his teeth and forged on. Being able to cultivate to 6th tier, how could his will be defeated so easily? Fight, fight, fight. The 2 elites were both going all out. If Ling Han relaxed the slightest at this moment, Yu Borong would be able to catch his breath and escape with his life, and if Yu Borong relaxed the slightest, his only fate would be death. Ling Han forced Yu Borong to continuously retreat. The powers of dimension suppressed him, and he delivered another heavy punch, instantly sending Yu Borong flying. Boom! The energy storm rushed out, and just happened to crash into Yu Borong's body, causing him serious injury. Yu Borong let out a muffled groan, and one side of his body exploded. This was caused by the joint efforts of the energy storm and Ling Han. Even if he was a 6th tier, he still seemed extremely fragile in this dangerous place. Ling Han let out a battle cry, his figure in hot pursuit. He would not give the other party another chance. He was going to use a series of attacks to completely dispose of Yu Borong. The 6 great elites were all restless. Yu Borong was really going to die, could they just watch helplessly? But to make a move? A 7th tier ultimate elite was just standing right in front of them, so how could they dare? With such a moment of hesitation, Yu Borong finally reached the point of complete exhaustion. No matter how firm his willpower was, and no matter how tenacious it was not enough to support him any longer. He was heavily injured, and one side of his body had exploded into nothing, which seriously affected his battle prowess. Furthermore, Ling Han had adopted a life-or-death style of battle. This was not trading injury for injury, but trading injury for his life. "Brat, you will eventually get your just desserts." Yu Borong released a furious roar of despair. He was sure that Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen and the other 7th tiers would definitely not spare Ling Han, especially now that even a 6th tier was killed by Ling Han like this. Then, the 7th tiers would also have to abandon everything else in order to kill Ling Han at all costs. Otherwise, there would never be another chance in the future. "You speak too much nonsense," Ling Han said coldly. He was merciless, and threw over 30 punches in a row, instantly killing Yu Borong. A 6th tier died. The 6 great elites were all cold and speechless. They felt a sympathy that came from seeing a peer killed in this way, causing them to feel a sense of sadness. Ling Han was too ruthless. 6th tiers were the main force of the resistance against Hysteria's troops, and the death of one of them was an extremely great pity. To the Flaming Frost Realm, this was a great loss. Wang. A 6th tier had died, and his majestic life essence boiled, turning into an ocean that surged towards Ling Han. Hold on, why was there so little? Chapter 2957 Shocking Change. 2957 Shocking Change. Ling Han extended his senses, and an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. That was because, the majority of his life essence had flowed towards Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire, as if she was a bottomless abyss that could absorb and accommodate everything. How could Ling Han not be stunned? According to the deduction of the 7th-tier ultimate elites, absorbing and refining life essence was Hysteria's unique ability. This was because Hysteria had relied on this to start its conquest. It could even swallow dimensions and use them to strengthen itself. Ling Han, Huangfu Dongyue, Meng Dong, and so on had all been bestowed with this ability by Hysteria. However, they could only absorb life essence, so there was a great limitation of their ability. This was very normal. How could Hysteria possibly bestow any real trump card on them? Wouldn't it be afraid of any accidents? However, there was now another that was able to absorb life essence. Was Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire one of Hysteria's creations? Was this possible? The Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire was a 7th tier. Could Hysteria create a 7th tier ultimate elite? Utterly impossible. Hold on, what if this woman was like Meng Dong and the others, and was one of the living beings of the Genesis world who had Hysteria's spiritual mark attached to them? Then wouldn't it be possible? Of course, throughout history, there were only a total of 12 7th tiers. If Hysteria just happened to choose one person, and that person became a 7th tier in the future, then the chances of this were pitifully low. It was like it had struck a great stroke of luck. Becoming a 7th tier was very, very difficult. However, why was Zhu Hui able to absorb life essence? It was normal for her to be more powerful than Ling Han. She was a 7th tier, and her strength was superior to his, so she was naturally able to absorb more than he could. Zhu Hui also let out an exclamation of surprise. She was obviously unaware of this ability of hers. When the waves of life essence surged into her body, she felt a strangeness and novelty, as well as an indescribable fear. In essence, she was still a child that had yet to reach 1 year old in age. The 6 elites were enraged, and shouted at Ling Han, Ling Han. For a 6th tier elite to die just like that, it was a great loss to the Flaming Frost realm. Ling Han came back to his senses, took out a great herb, and began to gnaw on it. This was the healing type of great herb, so it was naturally impossible for him to have eaten it before this. Now that he was gnawing on it like it was a carrot, the injuries on his body immediately began to recover. You have caused a great calamity. No one can save you now. Ling Han's expression was filled with disdain. I've already killed him, so what's the point of spouting such nonsense? Come, whoever is displeased and unconvinced, just bring it on. Just try and see whom I would fear. The 6 elites all glared at him, but did not speak. They were naturally unafraid of Ling Han, but the problem was that there was still an ultimate 7th tier elite on the sidelines. If she wanted to protect Ling Han, who would dare make a move? When a 7th tier killed, there was no need for a reason. A single thought was more powerful than heaven and earth. However, no one noticed that the eyes of Zhu Hui, which were originally the pure eyes of an infant, had changed. A layer of dark red had appeared, and she had become incredibly demonic. This dark red color became darker and darker, which also caused her aura to go out of control and blaze like fire. She released a sharp cry, and shot straight up into the skies. Casually brandishing her fists and striking out with her legs, hong, 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 the power of the 7th tier completely leaked out, forming a frightening destructive power. Ling Han and the 6 elites all paled in shock. Zhu Hui had clearly lost control of her emotions. In fact, she had even entered a state of madness. A dignified 7th tier could actually go mad? Ling Han also knew that Zhu Hui had just absorbed a large amount of life essence from Yuborong. Could it be that this was the cause? Otherwise, there was no other possibility. The 6 great elites were all enraptured. For a 7th tier to go berserk was too terrifying. But when they looked at Ling Han again, their killing intent involuntarily blazed. Now that Zhu Hui had gone crazy, it was naturally impossible for her to protect Ling Han. Furthermore, Ling Han's injuries had not recovered yet, and the explosive power of the heavenly venerable seals had just passed, so it was precisely the moment when he was at his weakest. If they worked together to attack him, they could very possibly kill Ling Han quickly. It was now or never. Ling Han was too terrifying. His strength was improving every day, and if he was allowed to take another step further, he might be able to possess the battle prowess of a 7th tier. By then, would anyone be able to deal with him? Die. The 6 elites communicated with each other through their divine sense, and moved together, attacking Ling Han. "Huh, come fight me." Ling Han naturally wouldn't be surprised by this. He had long since expected that these 6 people would gang up on him. The only miscalculation was that Zhu Huo would actually be unreliable and go mad. As Ling Han fought, he continued to retreat. At present, Zhu Huo was attacking willfully, and even if the distance was somewhat large, the might of 7th tier was still incredibly terrifying. If he was even touched once, he would definitely be injured. Today, it will be difficult for you to escape. Dreg of Hysteria's troops, die. The 6 great elites all unleashed their full power at the first instant. Each of them possessed a 2nd grade seal, and with the boost, their power increased by more than 70 times. When secret techniques were used, their might was incredibly frightening. Ling Han also channeled the 9th grade combination seals. With the amplification of more than 200 times, his battle prowess was definitely not inferior to any 6th tiers, but there were as many as 6 of them, which naturally gave him tremendous pressure. This was a very good opportunity to temper himself, Ling Han thought. He had the initiative. Once he tore a rip into the void, he would be able to return to the Genesis world, and the others could only become lost in the void because they did not have dimension coordinates. This was something that he was even more awesome at than Hysteria. Fight, fight, fight. The 7 elites were all fighting with their full strength, and the battle was extremely intense. This was a fierce battle among elites that were only inferior to the 7th tier, so it was naturally incomparably terrifying. Every attack carried force that could destroy the heavens. Thankfully, this was in the void, or the damage caused would be unimaginable. Ah! In the distant skies, Zhu Huo suddenly released a sharp cry. The pressure of the 7th tier swept out. Ling Han and the 6 great elites felt an involuntary suffocating feeling. This was too terrifying, so even they couldn't help but stop involuntarily. And this was still because it was them. If they had only had 5th tier battle prowess, they would definitely have been throwing up blood violently by now. Xiao! A figure flew down, her speed so great that no one could catch sight of her. Ling Han and the others were all shocked. They were elites at the peak stage of the 6th tier, yet were actually unable to glimpse this figure. This naturally was unbelievable to them. 7th tier, only a 7th tier could accomplish this. Zhu Huo appeared. Her red dress was like blood, and her whole body was enshrouded in light that was radiating as if it had a life of its own. Her appearance remained unchanged, and she was still as breathtakingly beautiful as ever. However, her aura had completely changed. Previously, she had been innocent and ethereal, but now she was filled with aloofness and a bone-deep killing intent. Even 6th tier elites would feel a chill rise from the bottom of their hearts. There was not the slightest bit of confusion left in her eyes. There was only the indifference of a supreme elite. In her eyes, life itself was worthless. The 6 elites were all captivated, and they involuntarily stepped back. They had ignored the 7th tier ultimate elite, and actually joined forces to attack Ling Han. This was absolute treason. Now that this 7th tier was angered, was she going to punish them? Chapter 2958, 2958 Who exactly is it? 2958 Who exactly is it? Milady. Pooh. A 6th tier spoke up, wanting to beg for mercy, but just as he opened his mouth, a bloody hole had already appeared in his chest. He wanted to speak, but all that came out of his mouth was blood, and his eyes instantly dimmed. A 6th tier elite was killed just like that? Whether it was Ling Han or the remaining 5 elites, they were all shocked speechless. The strength of a 7th tier was really unimaginable. That 6th tier's eyes were filled with defiance. He was already a 6th tier, and there were only a limited dozen or so people that were stronger than him in the entire Genesis world, but now he was killed with a single strike, so how could he be willing to close his eyes? Zhu Huo was unmoved, and there was only an endless coldness on her face. It was as if killing a 6th tier did not matter to her at all. Those below 7th tier were all ants. Ling Han suddenly thought of a saying. Even though they were all heavenly venerates, 7th tiers were invincible, undying, and indestructible. There was no need for them to give any regard to anyone at all. If they were displeased with someone, they would kill them. The world was big, but there was no one more powerful than a 7th tier. Let's go. The remaining 5 elites were all scared out of their wits. So what if they were 6th tiers? In front of a 7th tier, they were nothing but prey, mere trash. Zhu Huo was cool and beautiful, yet she was also exuding a boundless killing intent. She stretched out her slender hand, and it was as if the 5 great elites were instantly stopped by an invisible wall. Not one of them managed to escape. There was only the difference of a single tier, yet it was as if there were multiple mountains separating them. The gulf between them was greater than the gulf between heaven and earth. The 5 great elites all showed expressions of despair. Zhu Huo was obviously going to destroy them completely, and a 7th tier did indeed have that kind of strength. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. Pooh! Zhu Huo was like a goddess of death, destroying a 6th tier with a single strike. Her methods were extremely cold and violent, her slender hand directly penetrating through the other party's chest, not caring at all that her hand was stained with blood. Pa! She smashed the head of another 6th tier, causing blood and brain matter to splatter. A few drops even dripped onto her delicate face, causing her exquisite beauty to have a sliver of demonic cruelty. In front of a 7th tier, a 6th tier was actually so weak. Ling Han knew that 7th tier was strong, but he had never imagined that the gap would be so wide. It was no wonder that though Zhou Heng and Chu Hao were only a line's breadth away from 7th tier, they were still not taken seriously by any 7th tier at all. Without taking that last step, they would be trashed to the ladder. The remaining 3 elites resisted with all their might. They were 6th tier heavenly venerates, and which of them had not gone through trials and tribulations to reach this step? Even if they were only left with despair, they would still battle to the last drop of their blood. However, in front of a 7th tier, they would only be killed with a single punch or palm strike. Zhu Huo's killing intent blazed, and her dark red eyes focused on Ling Han. Her eyes were cold and heartless, as if she was looking at a dead body. She absorbed most of the life essence, but there was still a considerable amount that flowed towards Ling Han. With the life essence of 6 elites added together, this amount still surpassed a single Yuborong, making Ling Han feel as if he had earned it back. He hurriedly dismissed these strange thoughts quickly, and similarly stared at Zhu Huo. Every single hair on his body stood on end, filled with nervousness. Unbeknownst to him, sweat flowed down his body like a stream, instantly soaking his clothes wet. Ling Han was even wondering, would he have the time to tear a rip into the void and flee if Zhu Huo wanted to kill him? Previously, he had not left, and that was the reason. He had been locked by the divine sense of Zhu Huo. If he made any rash move, he would definitely suffer a thunderous strike from her. He could not afford to take such a risk. This was the true strength of a 7th tier. Ling Han sighed in his mind. He had initially thought that he had battle prowess on par with the 6th tier, so even if he was faced with such ultimate elites like Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, he could still choose to leave even if he couldn't defeat them. However, from the look of things now, he had been too assuming. Zhu Hua didn't speak or make any move. She was just staring coldly at Ling Han. Ling Han naturally didn't speak either. At present, no matter what movements Ling Han made, it would draw an attack from the other party under the influence of his aura. Since Zhu Hua had not made a move all this while, there was still room for him to turn this situation around. Thus, Ling Han did not take any risks. Of course, if Zhu Hua made a move, Ling Han wouldn't give up without a fight. He would definitely throw everything on the line to fight. One moment, or an epoch later, Ling Han finally lost all concept of time. He only knew that Zhu Hua's killing intent was finally beginning to subside. Her eyes had gone back to normal, and were no longer as red as blood. "Who am I?" she murmured. Her eyes would become fierce at times, and then clear at others, as if two minds were fighting. "Who are you?" Ling Han asked. He was really outrageously bold. He actually dared to provoke her at a time like this. "Who am I?" Zhu Hua let out a battle cry, her black locks dancing in the wind. Her figure shot up into the skies. Pang, pang, pang. She directly crashed through the dimension of this level, and all the way upwards, creating a massive hole. It was unknown which level this was, but all the dimensions on the upper levels had practically been crashed through in an instant. She had already entered into the void, and there was no sign of her. Boom! The energy storm surged down from the hole that she had created, turning into a divine waterfall. Ling Han hurriedly retreated. Zhu Hua could ignore this storm of energy and directly penetrate it with her physical body, but he couldn't. If he was swept up by it, he would definitely be severely wounded. He left this place, and found a place to go into seclusion so he could refine the life essence that he had gained. Then, he released the Empress and Hunyo from the celestial guest residence. After he explained the situation, both women were stunned. Who exactly is this Zhu Hua? Is she really a seed that Hysteria had planted in the Genesis world of the last era? However, before she could explode, she was destroyed by that last desperate measure, and this trump card was not used? Hang on, she calls herself Zhu Hua. There's only a slight difference between fire and extermination, and if absolute extermination is pronounced the other way around, then wouldn't that be extermination? Extermination was Hysteria's name in the Genesis world from the last era. The three of them exchanged looks, their expressions serious. The Genesis world of the last era had been destroyed, and it was possible that Zhu Hua had been unprepared. Thus, her spirit had been wounded by the power of the Great Destruction, and she was like a blank piece of paper. However, she had absorbed life essence previously, and her instincts had restarted, stimulating her, and causing her violent nature to explode, which led her to unleashing a massacre. She had not made a move on Ling Han, probably because she had not awakened her memories yet, and had still been thinking about how well she had gotten along with Ling Han previously. But if the deductions of Ling Han and the others were correct, then when Zhu Hua recovered her memory, the entire Genesis world would become her enemy. This was too terrifying. Hysteria had a helper who was in 7th tier, so what kind of terrifying damage would that cause? The situation might not be as terrible as that. Who knows, it might be that Zhu Hua was stimulated, and that was why she took some drastic actions, the Empress said. Ling Han nodded slowly. No matter what, I need to increase my strength and advance to the 5th tier as soon as possible. Only then will I have the strength to stand against a 7th tier. Even if he advanced to the 5th tier, he would only be able to match a 7th tier, because 7th tiers were undying and indestructible in terms of physique, and could only be suppressed, but not killed. However, Ling Han could be injured and killed. It would still be unequal. Ling Han began to search for raw stone mines again. As he continued to cultivate diligently, an incomparably oppressive feeling rose up in him. Chapter 2959 Whereabouts of the Ling clan. 2959 Whereabouts of the Ling clan. 7 sixth tiers had all died. This would definitely cause a great commotion. As expected, more sixth tiers had appeared recently, and Ling Han in fact felt an indescribably powerful aura. This should belong to a 7th tier elite. If Heavenly Venerate Absolute Fire didn't appear and explain, the deaths of Yu Borong and the others would definitely be placed on Ling Han's account. This would undoubtedly further serve as a solid proof that Ling Han was Hysteria's subordinate. Ling Han was also too busy to pay attention to this. He simply continued to search for veins of ore and cultivate. Refining a portion of life essence from 7 great 6th tier heavenly venerates also allowed his cultivation level to advance a bit. However, if he wanted to reach the peak stage of the 4th tier, he still needed a great amount of energy. Without the help of great herbs, the time needed would be incredibly shocking. Ling Han searched for a spatial passageway that led to the lower levels, but couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried. Time passed quietly, and he was discovered many times. Naturally, he was hunted down. The most dangerous time was when he felt the arrival of a 7th tier, so he could only tear a rip into the void and leave. Only after he circled around did he return to this place. Time flew by, and 20 billion years quietly passed by. Ling Han had finally cultivated to the peak stage of the 4th tier, but he didn't gain much from mining raw stones. He basically relied on his own hard work to reach this step. He couldn't help but feel rueful. Without the help of great herbs, his cultivation speed was really overwhelmingly slow. However, he had finally reached the peak stage of the 4th tier, and it was useless to give him great herbs now. If he wanted to advance to the 5th tier, he would need a crimson great herb. Others only needed an orange-colored great herb to reach the 5th tier, but this would not do for Ling Han, because his starting point was too high. However, to say nothing of crimson-colored great herbs, he did not even have any orange-colored great herbs. He went into seclusion and focused on cultivation again. 300 million years passed, and he did not advance the slightest bit. If he wanted to enter the 5th tier through hard cultivation, this might require 1 or 2 or even more epochs. Ling Han sighed. This was too slow, it couldn't be done. He believed that there were even more great herbs in the depths of this group of dimensions, and the crimson great herb would definitely exist as well. But the problem here was that he did not have the battle prowess of a 7th tier, so there was no way for him to enter at all. This formed a paradox. Forget it, he'd go out and roam around. Ling Han decided to return to the Genesis world and experience the mortal world. Maybe he would be enlightened if changed his mindset. Moreover, he had been away for too long. He should return and take a look, and see what the world was like now. He tore a rip into space, and quietly returned. Thus, Ling Han kept a very low profile. He changed his appearance and aura, not wanting to be recognized by anyone. Otherwise, his idea of going out to train in the mortal world would definitely come to nothing, and he would only be hunted down. Ling Han and the Empress both missed their children very much, and after so long had passed, they should have added many generations of descendants, right? The 3 of them returned to the profound negative realm. The moment they arrived, they immediately discovered the difference. The abundance of spiritual chi here and the activity of the fundamental particles far surpassed the past, reaching a level comparable to the flaming frost realm. The profound negative realm had advanced from high level to transcendent level. Ling Han sensed for a while, and sure enough, the 9 seeds of high-level dimensions in his body lost their sense of this dimension, and had disappeared forever. Has the flaming frost realm fallen yet? Let's ask around. They arrived in a city, entered a restaurant, and then listened to everyone's lively discussions. However, these were all ordinary people, so it was impossible for them to know too much about the overall situation of the world. Thus, the 3 of them soon left the restaurant to find a larger sect. It wasn't long before they arrived at a sect, where a disciple recruitment competition was being held. Young people with great potential displayed their talents, and there were people from the older generation observing from the platform. Occasionally, they would whisper among themselves. Ling Han used his senses, and directly extracted a celestial king from the sect, and asked about the present situation. Though celestial kings were not qualified to enter into the realm battlefield, they did not lack knowledge about the great matters of the world. Under the pressure of Ling Han's aura, the latter answered all his questions. Furthermore, this was no secret. Everyone knew, so there was no need to keep it a secret. Sure enough, the flaming frost realm had already fallen. However, hysteria was in the process of engulfing this dimension, so it needed to spend some time in a digestion period. During this time, hysteria naturally had no time to attack, giving the Genesis world a rare opportunity to rest and recuperate. At present, the various forces were all stationed in the profound negative realm, and it was said that there were also elites discussing a counterattack against the Flaming Frost realm. Because the Flaming Frost realm belonged to the category of transcendent dimensions, the dimensional core possessed indescribable value, and following the collapse of the dimensional core, it no longer possessed destructive power. If one could snatch it, then perhaps a 6th tier could directly advance to the 7th tier. With an additional 7th tier, there would be a little more hope for the Genesis world. Thus, even 7th tier ultimate elites would move, creating opportunities for others. Everyone was waiting. They were waiting for hysteria to devour more or less the entire Flaming Frost realm. When hysteria was about to expose the core of the dimension, they would take advantage of the opening to make a move and snatch prey from the tiger's mouth. When Ling Han heard this, his heart involuntarily beat faster. If he could obtain the core of the Flaming Frost realm, then it shouldn't be difficult for him to advance to the 5th tier, right? As long as Ling Han became a 5th tier, he would be able to possess the power of a 7th tier. He would even be able to put up a fight against a 7th tier or even hysteria. Alright, he would keep this in mind. Ling Han then asked, "Do you know where the Ling Alliance is?" Ling Alliance? The Celestial King's face was filled with confusion. No matter how Ling Han asked, that Celestial King did not know what the Ling Alliance was. Ling Han could only change his question. Then what about the Ling clan? Ling clan. Ling clan. Oh. The Celestial King finally recalled some information, and spoke of the location of a force. Ling Han casually erased this part of his memory. Otherwise, it was extremely likely that he would have guessed that something was off. Then, Ling Han's identity would be exposed. The three of them set out, heading towards the Western Desert Mountains. The Western Desert Mountains were not too far away. Otherwise, with the strength of that Celestial King, there was no way he could have traveled too far and know the location of the Ling clan. The Ling clan of the Western Desert was a very powerful force, having a 6th heaven Celestial King in the clan. There were no heavenly Venerates. Ling Han did not suspect anything, because Celestial King tier was the strongest level in the eyes of the world. Heavenly Venerates would rarely appear in public. Moreover, heavenly Venerates still had to continue constructing defensive lines. When hysteria completely devoured the Flaming Frost realm, the cruel war would begin again, and preparations would have to be made. However, wasn't a 6th heaven Celestial King a little too weak? Ling Han arrived at the foot of the Western Desert Mountains. This was the main gate of the Ling clan. All areas in the mountains were classified as private property of the Ling clan, and no one was allowed to enter unless invited. Ling Han adjusted his aura to the Celestial King tier, but it was only the 5th heaven Celestial King tier. Greetings, milord. There were 2 Immortal Palace tier cultivators acting as guards at the door. When they discovered that Ling Han was here, they hurriedly paid their respects. There were 5 ribbons of iridescent light wrapped around Ling Han's body. This was the most obvious sign of a Celestial King. Originally, it would have been impossible to imitate this, but there were too many dimensions inside Ling Han's body, and he himself was a small Genesis world, so nobody could complain that he was a cheat. Imitating a celestial king was naturally a piece of cake. Chapter 2960, 2960 Descendants. 2960 Descendants. Ling Han nodded. I want to see your clan leader. Please wait for a moment, milord. The two guards hurriedly nodded. One stayed behind to speak with Ling Han, while the other hurriedly flew into the mountains to make his report. After a short while, a celestial king approached them. However, this celestial king was only at the first heaven. He was a young man dressed in green, exuding an extraordinary bearing. I am Ling Gaoyuan. Greetings, senior. This young man bowed respectfully towards Ling Han. The Empress and Hunyo couldn't disguise themselves as celestial kings, so they simply suppressed their auras. They were roughly equivalent to ascending origin tiers, and they had also changed their exquisite appearances. Thus, they didn't attract any attention at all, and were completely ignored by this young man. Ling Han looked at him. His surname was Ling, and that meant that he was Ling Jinshue's descendant. However, he didn't know which generation of descendants he belonged to. His aptitude wasn't all that impressive. Ling Han sighed internally. It could not be helped. The bloodline would definitely become thinner and thinner the more it was passed on. From the fourth generation, Ling Tianhua, there were signs that he was far inferior to Ling Jianxue and Ling Fifan. It was practically impossible for him to advance to the heavenly venerable tier. Hence, when it was passed down to Ling Gaoyuan's generation, there would be no hope of becoming a heavenly venerate. It would already be very impressive if they could become celestial kings. Ling Han nodded. I am Han Lin. I just happened to pass by here, so I have come to pay you a visit. Ling Gaoyuan was slightly puzzled. This could be considered a reason. However, the other was a fifth heaven celestial king, so whatever he said was naturally true. Ling Gaoyuan had no right to refute. He wasn't afraid, either. His father was a sixth heaven celestial king. There were 9 heavens in the celestial king tier, and advancing one step further was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Was there any need to worry that this Han Lin would harbor malicious intentions? Those who come are guests. I am sure that my father would definitely be willing to converse with senior. Please. Ling Gaoyuan's expression was respectful. He invited Ling Han to ascend the mountains, and after entering into an elegant guest room, he called over a manservant to serve fragrant tea. Senior, please sit down for a while, and allow me to withdraw and ask for instructions from my father. However, my father is presently in seclusion, and may not be able to entertain senior in the next few days. No matter, Ling Han said with a smile. In any case, he had all the time in the world. After Ling Gaoyuan left, Ling Han released his divine sense and scanned the entire western desert mountains. Soon, he revealed an astounded expression. There was not a single heavenly venerate here. Previously, he had only thought that Ling Jianxue, Ling Shi, and the others had gone into seclusion. After so many years, the heavenly venerates had also developed the habit of keeping a low profile, and it was normal for them not to show themselves. But no matter what, there should at least be a heavenly venerate in the main camp, right? Aside from Ling Jianxue and Ling Shi, what about the large black dog, the karmic life heavenly venerable, the Rain Emperor, and the others? Ling Han was extremely confused. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. He had to find out. Then let's just wait. Ling Han, the Empress, and Hunyo all suppressed their impulse and settled down here. They would eat and drink well every day, and wait for that sixth heaven celestial king to come out of seclusion. This celestial king was called Ling Feizhou, but no one knew the name of Ling Feizhou's last generation, because Ling Feizhou had only moved here a few 100 million years ago. As for where he had previously lived, no one knew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Ling Han woke up early as usual, and walked around on the mountains, comprehending the heaven and earth. There were dimensions in his body, but every dimension was empty, and had not nurtured any life. This was still very far from the real Genesis world. Being able to create things was true transcendence from the heaven and earth, transcending life and death. Hysteria was capable of creating things, though all it created were monsters. This was something that no seventh tier could compare to. Ling Han pondered over this question. If he could create, his power would undoubtedly be greatly boosted. Just look at the realm war. The more living beings there were in the dimension, and the stronger they were, the stronger the dimension itself would be. Previously, the celestial realm and foreign realm had battled for countless years. Why was it that the foreign realm was still unable to achieve victory? That was because there were many living beings on the celestial realm, and they had boosted the power of the dimension. However, creation was far, far too difficult. Ling Han appreciated heaven and earth, appreciating every blade of grass and every tree in the mountains. Though they were extraordinarily weak, they were all living beings, and he could not duplicate them. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. A few figures streaked across the skies, and an instant later, their auras assaulted, enshrouding the entire western desert mountains. These were 4 celestial kings. The strongest had reached the 8th heaven, while the others were all 5th heaven celestial kings. Ling Han frowned slightly. These celestial kings were all filled with animosity. Had they come to crash the party? If it weren't for him, that 8th heaven celestial king would have been able to suppress a 6th heaven celestial king. The Ling clan would have definitely suffered a loss. However, with him here, hee. Surviving dregs of the Ling clan, get out here. A loud shout rang out, rumbling like thunder. Ling Han was instantly angered. Surviving dregs of the Ling clan? Surviving dregs. For seniors have arrived, please forgive this junior for not coming out to receive you. Ling Gaoyuan flew into the sky, paying his respects to the 4 celestial kings. This caused Ling Han to feel displeased. The other had already delivered a slap, and you still took the initiative to approach? But upon further thought, the Ling clan only had a 6th heaven celestial king tier, so how would he have the confidence to do anything else? Ling Han suppressed this displeasure, and the killing intent in his heart rose. Did they really think of him as a traitor, and wantonly beat down on his descendants? Where were Lin Luo, Zhou Heng, and the others? Why didn't they help take care of his descendants? There is no need to be so hypocritical. Descendants of a traitor, kneel down quickly and accept your punishment, a 5th heaven celestial king said. He was dressed in a long red robe, his hair black, exuding an air of elegance. However, when he was saying these words, there was a strong hint of disdain and superiority in his tone. Ling Han finally couldn't bear it any longer. With a thought, the red-robed celestial king let out an exclamation of surprise, and instantly fell from the skies. Pang! He landed heavily on the ground, and the whole upper half of his body was embedded into the ground. What was going on? The remaining 3 celestial kings were all very confused. Even Ling Gaoyuan was surprised. No matter how much the other party looked down on him, there was no need for him to use such a method, right? Ling Feizhou, is there any point to secretly move and bully a junior? That 8th heaven celestial king spoke up, his voice booming. Ling Gaoyuan heard his words, and only then did he know that his father had made a move. His face was filled with surprise. Could it be that his father had broken through? However, he clearly hadn't seen a heavenly tribulation descend, so how had his father silently advanced to the 7th heaven? Scram! Ling Han spoke up, his voice reverberating in all directions. Celestial kings couldn't possibly discover where he was. Humph, you are just a mere 6th heaven celestial king, what shameless boasting. The 8th heaven celestial king humphed coldly, and sent out a palm strike, which descended downwards. When an eighth heaven celestial king moved, they could easily flatten the western desert mountains. "Sir, why do you have to be so forceful?" A figure flew out from the mountains, and delivered a large palm strike. This was Ling Feijiu, but how could a mere sixth heaven celestial king be capable of matching the might of an eighth heaven celestial king? Ling Han shook his head, and quietly flicked a finger. Boom! In the skies, the giant hand crashed into that attack from the eighth heaven celestial king, and both were instantly annihilated. Huh! Everyone was astonished. Chapter 2961, 2961 Unforeseen Event. 2961 Unforeseen Event. Since when was a sixth heaven celestial king capable of being so powerful? That eighth heaven celestial king also faltered upon seeing this. He hadn't imagined that Ling Feijiu's strength would be so formidable. Although he hadn't unleashed his full power, that attack still shouldn't have been blocked by a sixth heaven celestial king. How strange. He frowned slightly. Ling Feijiu, as expected of the descendant of that person. I have underestimated you. The rumored traitor was incredibly freakish, and winning battles against opponents that surpassed him by 2 or 3 levels was par for the course for him. Unexpectedly, his descendants were also the same. Ling Feijiu soared into the skies. His expression was also one filled with shock because he himself was the clearest about his own abilities. It was definitely impossible that he could rival an eighth heaven celestial king. Therefore, it was either that the eighth heaven celestial king was deliberately acting, or that there was an elite secretly making a move. But who would help him? Ling Feijiu couldn't figure it out, but as a sixth heaven celestial king, he naturally wouldn't lose his composure, and his face remained calm. Sir, you have really misunderstood. Misunderstand what? Die. That eighth heaven celestial king made a resolute move. Using the celestial king technique, his whole body was enshrouded in celestial light, while his aura blazed. He was incredibly powerful. Although Ling Feijiu was apprehensive, he had no choice but to face the attack head-on. At the same time, he was praying in his heart that the elite who had secretly interfered would continue to help. Boom! 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 Sure enough, although that eighth heaven celestial king was fierce in his attacks, the attacks that he delivered were all easily dispersed by Ling Feijiu. In fact, he even had the upper hand in the situation, and gained a slight advantage. Too strong, he was indeed too strong. The other 3 fifth heaven celestial kings were all stunned. How could a sixth heaven celestial king be so powerful? That person's bloodline was already so powerful, so just how freakish was he himself? The more Ling Feijiu fought, the more relaxed he became. He knew that there was definitely an elite secretly helping him, which greatly increased his confidence. Pung! After a long battle, he delivered a palm strike onto the face of that eighth heaven celestial king, causing his nose to bleed profusely. He was in an extremely miserable state. Let's go. The eighth heaven celestial king didn't dare to continue fighting. The strength of Ling Feijiu was unexpectedly immense, making him feel like he had miscalculated. To flatten the western desert mountains, it was necessary to seek the help of ninth heaven celestial kings. He would quit while he was ahead. After all, he had no idea what this elite was thinking. After confirming that the 4 celestial kings were already far away, Ling Feijiu bowed to the surroundings, and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior. Please allow me to thank you in person." "Come here," Ling Han said. This time, he spoke directly so that the other would not be unable to find the direction of his location. Ling Feijiu hurriedly descended. Ling Gaoyuan faltered for a moment, and then followed suit. Only now did he know that it was not his father that was as fierce as a tiger, but rather that he had the help of an elite. Ling Feijiu looked at the young man standing in front of him, and couldn't say the word "senior" after that. A fifth heaven celestial king? This was the elite who had been secretly interfering? That couldn't be, right? How could a fifth heaven celestial king defeat an eighth heaven celestial king? Moreover, he hadn't even shown his face, so how powerful was he? Senior Han. When Ling Gaoyuan saw him, he, too, exclaimed in shock. Ling Han smiled faintly. What is it? I don't look like a senior elite in your eyes? This, Ling Feizhou paused. He very much wanted to believe that Ling Han was that senior elite, but his cultivation level of fifth heaven was really too low. He smiled. Friend Han, please quit joking around. It would be better to introduce that senior. Ling Han asked calmly, where are those elders of yours? Where did Ling Jianxue, Ling Shi, and the others go? He dispersed the 5 ribbons of iridescent light around him, and his aura suddenly soared to such an inconceivable height that Ling Feizhou and his son could only look up at it. They were both stunned. This person was actually not a fifth heaven celestial king, but rather an unfathomable super elite. Fuck, he could even disguise himself as a celestial king. Just what kind of elite was he? Heavenly Venerate, he had to be a heavenly Venerate. Ling Feizhou instantly became even more respectful, and said, "Milord, you have misunderstood. This junior actually has no relation with that legendary person. It was just that my surname is coincidentally also Ling." Ling Han frowned. Was he deliberately trying to hide it, or was there really a mistake? "Milord, you probably think that I am Ling Han's descendant." Ling Feizhou smiled bitterly. Those people previously were the same as well, thinking that I'm a relative to the legendary Demon King, sharing the same bloodline, but in truth, my surname really just happened to be Ling. Ling Han moved, and instantly grabbed Ling Feizhou. With a swipe of his finger, he cut open the other's palm, and blood was gushing out. Celestial King tier blood contained a terrifying amount of energy, instantly causing even the air to boil. Ling Han revealed an expression of disappointment, because this blood did not resonate with him at all. This was not his bloodline, he had absolutely no relation to him at all. It really was a coincidence. Ling Han withdrew his hand. His heart suddenly felt really heavy. This clan only had the surname of Ling, and they were already being treated like this. Then, just how bad would the situation be for Ling Jianxue and Ling Shi? "Tell me everything you know about Ling Han's descendants," he said. "Yes, milord." Ling Feizhou didn't dare to hide anything. He didn't suspect that the person in front of him was the legendary Demon King. After all, Ling Han also had many heavenly venerable tier friends in the past, and a few of them were even more impressive. It was said that they stood at an incredibly shocking height in that tier. However, Ling Feizhou's knowledge was limited. After all, he wasn't a heavenly venerate. Ever since Ling Han had left the realm battlefield, the Ling clan had been suppressed. It was said that there were mighty figures protecting them with their full efforts, so no great chaos happened. However, from then onwards, the Ling clan became extremely low-key. However, after the death of 7 6th-tier heavenly venerates of the Genesis world of the last era, this matter had become a big deal. As for what exactly happened, Ling Feizhou did not know. He only knew that the Ling clan had suffered a huge blow, and even he, an unrelated character with the surname of Ling, was implicated. Occasionally, there would be celestial kings charging over, and causing him to continuously be in hiding here and there. He even felt the urge to change his name. Ling Han remained silent for a moment, erasing this portion of memories from Ling Feizhou and Ling Gaoyuan. He nevertheless left behind some celestial king-tier great herbs, which could also be considered as compensation for the undeserved calamity that they had suffered. "You all, just pray that Jianxue, Shi, and the others are all fine, or else." A boundless killing intent flashed across Ling Han's face. "I will make you regret this for the rest of your lives." Ling Han, together with the Empress and Hunyo, left to embark on a journey to find their family members. When the Empress found out about the situation, she was also very worried. Ling, she was her bloodline, after all, and no matter how proud she was, it was impossible that she would not care about her daughter. But the Ling clan seemed to have disappeared from this world, and Ling Han couldn't find out the whereabouts of the children no matter what. He had to find another way to use the resonance in his blood to start a search. This could not directly locate his descendants, but could point them towards a specific direction. However, if they were too far away, this would still be ineffective. Thus, after roaming this dimension for over 100 years, Ling Han finally sensed something. Together with the Empress and Hunyo, he hurriedly searched in that direction. Chapter 2962, 2962 found them. 2962 found them. It was a vague feeling. Ling Han could roughly tell the direction he should be heading towards, but not the exact location. A large city was soon in his sights. Ling Han guessed that his descendants had to be somewhere in here. The scope of his search had greatly reduced, but the size of a city was still nothing to scoff at. It was many times larger than a star in the ancient realm, and he was expected to find a single clan in all of that? It would be difficult. Fortunately, Ling Han was not just anybody, but rather a heavenly venerate with 6th-tier battle prowess. There were many things within the realm of possibility for him. He asked around about the whereabouts of the Ling clan. This city was called Peaceful Leaf City, and it had a total of 7 Ling clans. Ling Han visited each one of them. His plan was simple. Once he found a member of the Ling clan, he would take a sample of their blood. If they were a descendant, he would be able to feel a resonance, no matter how much the bloodline had thinned. No. With hope, he had made his way through 5 clans, but he returned with disappointment each time. The 3 of them finally came upon the 6th Ling clan. Out of the 7 Ling clans, this was the weakest, with their strongest member only at the severing mundane tier. As such, they were barely considered a force. Otherwise, without a severing mundane elite, they wouldn't even be able to call themselves a minor force. Ling Duanyun, have some self-awareness and stop bothering Miss Cheng. She's not someone the likes of you can approach. Before Ling Han could even enter the premises, he heard someone arguing nearby. On one side was a man who seemed to be about 20-something years old. His appearance was charming, but his cultivation level was only heavenly body tier. In the profound negative realm, this was way below average. In contrast, the other side had a bigger group of 7 people. Their cultivation levels differed greatly, with the lowest being at the heavenly body tier, and the highest at the severing mundane tier. The person who had spoken up just now was the severing mundane tier cultivator. He was a youth dressed in fancy green robes, and he looked condescendingly at the lone youth on the other side, Ling Duanyun. Ling Duanyun scoffed, and didn't back down even against a severing mundane tier. That's not for you to decide. Mind your own business. You. The severing mundane youngster was furious as he stared daggers at Ling Duanyun. It seemed like he was about to attack. He was not afraid to, either. It was because the strongest person in the Ling clan was only at the 3rd severance of the severing mundane tier. While the green-robed youth was only at the 1st severance, there was still an immortal palace tier elder in his clan, so he could completely dominate them. So what if he were to hit Ling Duanyun? Even though he would not be able to defeat a 3rd severance elite, he could still leave as he pleased. Moreover, a severing mundane tier force could only bow before an immortal palace tier force. Ling Duanyun taunted, "Stupid dog, do you dare fight me if we're on the same level? If you can beat me, you can do as you want with me." Fine. Goli, you happy? Ling Duanyun was quick to ease the tension. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. If this Ling clan were truly his descendants, then this Ling Duanyun definitely bore some resemblance to Ling Han in the past when it came to offending people. Goli looked at him coldly. Why should I have to lower myself to fight a peasant like you? Qingping, you go. All right. Another heavenly body tier youngster stepped out. He crooked a finger at Ling Duanyun in a challenge. Come, I'll play with you for a bit. This person was called Lu Qingping, and he came from a small severing mundane tier clan. His clan was subservient to the Go clan, so he naturally became Go Li's lackey as well. Ling Duanyun placed one hand behind his back, and said, I won't bully you. I'll give you a handicap of one hand. You. Lu Qingping was furious as he thought, how dare you look down on me? He immediately charged out. You insolent brat. I'll beat you to a pulp. Bang, bang, bang. In a few short clashes, Lu Qingping was back where he started. He hadn't retreated on his own, but rather he was sent sliding back on the ground with a single punch. How's that? Ling Duanyun rubbed his nose in a provoking manner. Ling Han quietly nodded. The kid's strength was decent, and his foundations were especially solid. He would be able to achieve great things in the future. Embarrassed, Go Li barked, Rulong, you're up. Young Master Go, isn't this too beneath me? The burly youth said while smiling wryly. That being the case, he still stepped out and stood before Ling Duanyun like a giant iron tower. Ling Duanyun was a little surprised. The other party wasn't at the heavenly body tier, but at the eternal river tier. In terms of cultivation level, he was absolutely stronger than him. He was powerful enough to beat anyone on the same tier, but to have him beat someone with a gap of a major tier between them? It would be too difficult. No, it wasn't possible at all. Kid, if you can take 3 punches from me, I'll admit defeat. The burly youth struck out, his punch as heavy as it was fast. Ling Duanyun didn't have time to evade at all, and could only cross his arms in front of him to block the blow. Pang! The punch landed squarely, forcing him backwards by 17 steps. He felt a burning sensation in his chest as blood trickled out the corner of his lips. Not bad. You can still stand after taking my punch. The burly youth laughed. Brother Rulong is known for his iron fists. He had bathed them in spiritual herbs since he was young, and even fused them with godly metal. They're absolutely terrifying. There aren't many on the same level who could take Brother Rulong's iron fists. He can break someone's bones with a single punch. Kid, just admit defeat and beg for mercy. The other youths behind Go Li yelled excitedly. However, there were 2 who were more reserved with their arms crossed in front of their chest. They had a disdainful expression as they were much stronger than the burly youth. Naturally, they wouldn't be as concerned with the outcome. Take my second punch, the burly youth said excitedly. Hold it, Ling Han spoke up as he walked towards them. When Ling Duanyun was bleeding out just now, he was able to confirm that he was his descendant. How dared someone bully his descendant like that? Who the hell are you? One of the youths said rudely. Pa! The Empress slapped that person from a distance. The crispness of the slap resounded as the youth spun several dozen times before landing on his butt in confusion. He didn't die, because the Empress could sense that Ling Han had no killing intent, so she only used a tiny bit of force. Otherwise, if a heavenly Venerate were to just release some of their aura, all these people would burst like a bloody bubble. Hee hee. Hunyo simply laughed. Who are you? Go Li said seriously, sensing that Ling Han and the rest were not as simple as they seemed. You don't need to know who I am. Ling Han said emotionlessly, and then gestured towards Ling Duanyun. Kid, come here. I'll teach you a few moves and show you how to beat that ugly brute. Ugly brute? The burly youth was so angry his nostrils were flaring. Even though he was a little bigger than most people, he didn't think he was ugly in the least. However, because Ling Han and the rest had already taken everyone's attention, he didn't dare speak up, and simply held it in for now. Ling Duanyun was extremely intelligent. He didn't know how strong Ling Han was, but he could tell he was very awesome. He said, "Senior, you don't need to go through all that. You can just beat all of them up in a single breath. In particular, that Go Li is a two-faced bastard. You need to take extra care of him." Chapter 2963, 2963 You all wait for an hour. 2963 You all wait for an hour. Ling Duanyun. Go Li immediately shouted. "What are you screaming for? This young master is right in front of you, and I'm not deaf." Ling Duanyun picked his ears, bearing an expression that was simply asking for a beating. Ling Han merely smiled. He was already being bullied by people right at his doorstep, so did he still need to be polite? This brat had got some guts. He was also clever and ruthless with his words. He really possessed the demeanor of Ling Han in his younger days, which caused him to take a liking to this brat. "I'll teach you for an hour, and I guarantee that you can beat up this big ugly guy," Ling Han said. "How about it, watching someone fight or fighting with your own hands, which one would be more enjoyable?" "Senior, are you sure you're not joking?" Of course Ling Duanyun didn't believe it. How could he catch up to and surpass the eternal river Tier in just an hour? He was just toying with him, right? Ling Han smiled faintly. "You only have one chance. You can choose whether or not to grasp it." Ling Duanyun hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth suddenly, and bowed to Ling Han. "Please teach me, senior." This brat wasn't too bad. He was decisive when he needed to be, and didn't dilly-dally in the slightest. Ling Han nodded, and lifted Ling Duanyun with his hand. "Stand up." He had never liked this kind of custom. Respect for a person should come from the heart, and not simply as a perfunctory act. He looked at Go Li and the others again. "All of you wait for an hour." Of course Go Li didn't want to wait, yet even though Ling Han and the others didn't reveal their aura, they had gained the upper hand by a show of strength. When he couldn't even glimpse the Empress's strike previously, he knew that his own strength was far behind. Therefore, when the other party said to wait, he didn't dare to go against that request. Furthermore, he absolutely didn't believe that Ling Duanyun would be completely transformed merely in an hour. Pay. Not unless he consumed celestial medicine. Ling Han casually took out a few medicinal pills, and threw them towards Ling Duanyun. "Eat them." There were even celestial pills. Ling Duanyun couldn't help his heart beating wildly as he stared at these few gray-colored alchemical pills. Appearance-wise, they looked terrible. Were they really edible? What if he had diarrhea after eating them? However, upon seeing Ling Han's completely indifferent expression and feeling the strong desire to beat up the burly young man with his own bare hands, he gritted his teeth, popped all 3 pills into his mouth, and immediately consumed them without thinking twice. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Go Li and the others laughed. The higher level the alchemical pill, the more remarkably dazzling its appearance would be. A divine pill was naturally extraordinary. He got to be kidding. They knew that they were no match for Ling Han and the others, but it wasn't a problem to bully Duanyun. Ling Han pressed his finger on Ling Duanyun's forehead. He didn't need to use any great power at all. He simply drew out the supreme regulations and accelerated the flow of time around Ling Duanyun. He was so powerful as a heavenly venerate that the regulations were no longer applicable to him, but Ling Duanyun was merely a heavenly body tier, so the acceleration of time was of course useful. 2,000,000 times faster. What kind of concept was this? An hour had passed in the outside world, but it had been more than 200 years where Ling Duanyun was. Wasn't this awesome enough? Ling Han didn't directly raise Ling Duanyun's cultivation level. On the contrary, he disintegrated Ling Duanyun's cultivation level, then rebuilt the foundation, and cultivated it back step by step. In the outside world, time passed on without any notice. However, Ling Duanyun knew what he had experienced, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Just what kind of means did this senior have to rebel against the heaven and earth to disintegrate his cultivation level, rebuild the foundation, and cultivate it back? He found that more than 100 years had passed quietly, and yet the movements of those people outside had slowed down to the extreme, as if their movement had ceased. This was a different flow of time. Ling Han just casually pressed a finger on him, and without using any kind of formation, made the flow of his time speed up countless times, and yet Go Li and the others didn't realize it at all. This strength was extremely amazing indeed. Ling Duanyun met an elite, a noble person. He quickly drew back his divine sense and concentrated on cultivating. If such a good opportunity was missed, there might not be a next time. This is the indestructible heaven scroll, remember it well. Ling Han sent out a message through divine sense, which resounded loudly in Ling Duanyun's mind. Ling Han's strength was now at the 6th tier. Passing on the indestructible heaven scroll was of course not a big deal, but whether Ling Duanyun could comprehend it was another matter altogether. It could be said to be extremely difficult and challenging. He helped to build Ling Duanyun's foundation, and created a celestial body with godly bones. Possessing the highest regulations, and holding on to 3 types of fundamental powers of the Genesis world, wasn't achieving this not a big deal? An hour passed by quickly. Ling Han drew back his finger, and said, "Go and fight." "Yes, Senior," Ling Duanyun spoke with great respect. Go Li and the others might not have noticed it, but he was very clear about how powerful this senior was. He was so exceedingly powerful that it was unimaginable. Go Li and the others sneered. "Both of you really knew how to put up an act together. Would you be able to create a supreme elite just by pressing your finger onto him like that? Hee, really hee. Brat, come quickly. I'm getting impatient," the burly young man urged. "Watch how I am going to beat you up." Ling Duanyun shouted lightly, and took the initiative to charge towards him. "A mere heavenly body tier," the burly young man said disdainfully as he clenched his fist, and blasted a shot towards Ling Duanyun. Pang! The two of them exchanged blows, and an incredible sight could be seen. Both of them retreated more than 10 steps consecutively. Ling Duanyun wasn't the slightest bit inferior. What was this? Go Li and the others were too shocked to speak. How could this be possible? It was impossible. In just an hour, with just the pressing of a finger, a person's strength could become completely different? Ling Duanyun was obviously still a heavenly body tier, and his cultivation level didn't improve in any way, so how could he suddenly become so powerful to such an extent? All of them looked at Ling Han. It was all naturally because of Ling Han. Just what kind of existence was this? The power of one finger could actually be so terrifying? At the same time, they were also filled with envy. Why didn't such a good opportunity fall upon themselves? Those medicinal pills. Go Li and the others finally came to a realization. Those must be celestial medicines to make people completely transform. They ought to be saintly medicine for building a foundation. Obviously there is no change in cultivation level, but the strength has increased countless times. This is millions and millions times or 1,000,000,000,000 times more precious than directly improving one's cultivation level. One could only improve one's cultivation level by so much, and it was a one-off deal, but it was a matter of a lifetime to consolidate the foundation, which could benefit one forever. Come fight again. The burly young man came charging again. So what if Ling Duanyun's strength could match his? His iron fist had been tempered by godly metal and spiritual herbs ever since he was a child, and possessed the characteristic of being impenetrable by any matter. Just let him beat this brat to death. Pang, pang, pang. He waved both his fists, and delivered punches to Ling Duanyun. Seeing the opponent's attack like rain, coupled with the fact that his strength had just improved, Ling Duanyun still subconsciously believed that the Eternal River tier was something he couldn't match right now, so he dodged quickly, not daring to confront him head-on. This made Go Li and the others nod in agreement. A heavenly body tier was merely a heavenly body tier, after all. Ling Han shook his head. What's there to be afraid of, don't you dare to fight? Ling Duanyun involuntarily felt a surge of pride. Thinking back to when he had previously met the burly young man's attack head-on, wasn't he not the slightest bit inferior? Come on. He stopped flinching, and met the strike with a hard punch. Chapter 2964, 2964 Wait another hour. 2964 Wait another hour. Boom. 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 Ling Duanyun and the burly young man kept exchanging blows, no longer backing down, with each move being a head-on strike. Even if the strength is similar, Brother Rulong's fists have been tempered with a combination of spiritual herbs and godly metal, which makes them equivalent to a god tool. It's a very stupid decision to fight him head-on. We're waiting to see all his bones smashed to bits. Ha! Go Li and the others laughed. They didn't doubt the strength of the burly young man's fist. Even Go Li had to admit that he wouldn't dare to fight head-on against the burly young man's fists if it was a fight at the same cultivation level. It was just that it was unknown just how much suffering one had to endure to practice and train up such iron fists. Few people could endure it. After exchanging more than 100 punches consecutively, someone had really gotten blood through his fists, but it wasn't Ling Duanyun, it was that burly young man. Ah! The burly young man screamed. His fists were badly mangled, and a strange indentation could be seen. It was obvious that the bones had been shattered in the midst of exchanging blows. Go Li and the others were stunned. They couldn't believe it, they really couldn't imagine that Iron Fist Rulong would be beaten so badly. Ling Duanyun felt a surge of pride, and he launched a fierce counterattack with a battle cry. One had to know that although it was impossible for him to comprehend the indestructible heaven scroll all at once, his body has been slightly strengthened by Ling Han with fundamental particles, so just how strong would his body be? If sixth tiers were to unleash their full power, they could even raise a mortal to become a ninth heaven celestial king in a short period of time, but the disadvantage of doing that would be that the person wouldn't be able to go any further. Ling Duanyun had a huge room for improvement, and Ling Han certainly wouldn't sacrifice his future prospects in exchange for quick success. It would actually make things worse. Battle, battle, battle. The burly young man no longer had the courage to fight hard. He was defeated in the field he was best at, which caused his self-confidence to plunge rock bottom. He no longer had any fighting spirit. After a few rounds of battling, he was sent flying by Ling Duanyun, and was completely defeated. Although the defeat of the burly young man was only a matter of time, to actually witness him defeated, Go Li and the others were filled with disbelief. Senior has really got some great techniques. A young man came out and bowed respectfully to Ling Han. I'm Kong Xing, and I would also like to ask Ling Duanyun for a spar. He was also of the Eternal River tier, but he was much stronger than the burly young man. He was already almost at the peak of the Eternal River tier. Being so respectful was firstly because Ling Han's technique was indeed heaven-defying, so he had to be cautious, and secondly, he also had an ulterior motive. In case Ling Han was the kind of super elite who traveled around the world, and was only helping Ling Duanyun out of impulse, would this kind of fortune befall on him as well? Therefore, he behaved reverently, wanting Ling Han to be pleased with him, and also to press his finger upon him. Ling Han shook his head. Ling Duanyun's current physique was indeed so strong that even a Genesis tier would find it difficult to kill him. However, his power was flawed, he definitely wouldn't be able to match Kong Xing. The gap in strength between the two was a whole major tier. I'll teach you another hour, Ling Han said to Ling Duanyun. Ling Duanyun was naturally overjoyed. Earlier, it was just an hour, and his strength appeared to improve by leaps and bounds. How strong would he be if it was for another hour? Thank you, Senior. He bowed respectfully once again. Go Li and the others were envious. They also wanted to pay respects to Ling Han and ask him to teach them a thing or two. It was a pity that Ling Han didn't care about them at all, and just tossed a sentence to them. All of you wait for another hour. Ling Han raised a finger, and pressed it on Ling Duanyun's forehead. Boom, an astonishing aura surged from within Ling Duanyun's body, boiling and raging. How is it possible? His cultivation level is improving at this speed. Astonishingly fast. Go Li and the others exclaimed. This was really unbelievable. Did he become so powerful just by consuming celestial medicine? After an hour had passed, bang, there was the sudden rumble of thunder in the heaven and earth. Thunderclouds were rolling, and the heavenly tribulation was approaching. A breakthrough. Go Li and the others murmured, their expressions looking like they had seen a ghost. With just a single tap of his finger, he was immediately going to break through to the eternal river tier. How could people believe this? Although those below severing mundane tier weren't considered elites at all, it would take at least 100 years to take this step even in the profound negative realm. It was not uncommon for those with poor aptitude to require tens of thousands or millions of years. Go through the tribulation first, Ling Han said. Ling Duanyun quickly responded, and went to meet the heavenly tribulation. Bang, bang, bang. The heavenly tribulation descended, causing serious injuries to Ling Duanyun. That's almost enough, Ling Han said to the sky. We are in a hurry. Wang, the thunder clouds moved and disappeared quickly. Fuck. Go Li and the others were really shocked now. Who the hell was this person? Just by opening his mouth, he could make even the heavenly tribulation dissipate? How would they be able to know that there was a unique power of the profound negative realm in Ling Han's body, which could even develop into a second profound negative realm in the future, and the connection he had with the profound negative realm was far beyond any other person's? Ling Han had already surpassed the high level of the regulations. Additionally, having such a connection, he was of course given face. Even the heaven and earth had to give him some face. Hence, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. Anyway, it had already struck a few times, even if that was only symbolic. Ling Duanyun was also shocked to the point of incomprehension. He knew Ling Han's strength better than the others, but he was still speechless when he saw this scene. Impressive, too impressive. He felt that he was really lucky to be favored by such a powerful person. Okay, go and fight. Ling Han waved his hand. Yes, senior. Ling Duanyun became more respectful. He first paid his respects to Ling Han, and then walked towards Kong Xing. Come on. Kong Xing's first reaction was to back out from fighting. Fuck, in front of Ling Han, he didn't even have the courage to stand straight, and his legs had gone limp from fright, so how could he still fight? However, thinking of the good fortune that Ling Duanyun had acquired, he gritted his teeth again. He wanted it too. In this battle, if he was to perform brilliantly, would he win Ling Han's appreciation? Would Ling Han also just help him casually? Thinking of this, he jumped out. Come on, let me see your strength. The two immediately started fighting. They were both of the Eternal River tier, but one was at the peak of the Eternal River tier, while the other just entered the Eternal River tier. However, Ling Duanyun went against logic. His power was only slightly weaker than Kong Xing's, but his physique was invincible, like it was made of divine metal. Ling Duanyun only had to attack, and there was no need for him to defend at all. What was the use of Kong Xing's slight advantage in power? After fighting for thousands of rounds, he was sent flying by a punch from Ling Duanyun, and was completely defeated. Who else? Ling Duanyun looked around, looking very domineering. A fox exploiting a tiger's might. Go Li and the others chided in their hearts. If it wasn't due to Ling Han, there would be at least 4 people here who could easily thrash Ling Duanyun, who was a mere heavenly body tier. Especially Go Li, an elite of the severing mundane tier, who had no need to make a move at all. He could kill him with a single thought. Let me see your strength too. Among those people in Go Li's group, a young man stood up. He was of the Genesis tier, and was already a great saint. Ling Duanyun looked at Ling Han. An hour? Chapter 2965, 2965 Ling Clan won't fall. 2965 Ling Clan won't fall. Everyone was very curious if Ling Han could help Ling Duanyun rise up to another stage, breaking through to the Genesis tier in an hour. Ling Han pondered slightly. It was easy to raise Ling Duanyun's level, but doing it too fast was not necessarily beneficial to him. When it came to cultivation level, the foundation was important. If his foundations were not solid, how could he reach the peak of cultivation? However, 2 levels shouldn't be a big deal. Worse come to worst, he would just have to use the next few thousand years to stabilize his foundations. Ling Han nodded. Then I'll teach you for another hour. With the flick of his finger, time began to speed up, and Ling Duanyun's cultivation started surging once more. Not long after, his body was enveloped by a powerful aura, showing he had broken through to the Genesis tier. Kwang! The sound of heavenly tribulation echoed forth. Everyone was at a loss for words. They knew that Ling Han's strength was greater than they could possibly imagine. He might just be a legendary celestial king. For them, celestial kings were the world's most powerful existence. Ling Duanyun was just about to face his tribulation, but Ling Han quickly dispersed it away with a wave of his hand. He still needs to spar. What's a heavenly tribulation getting all anxious for? Do you want to waste our time? The crowd was flabbergasted. The first time they were shocked, but now they were just dazed. Come! Ling Duanyun was beside himself with excitement, and challenged the great saint to battle. The result of their battle had long been decided as the great saint's eventual loss. Do you want to fight or not? Ling Duanyun taunted Go Li. This bastard was too despicable. Ling Duanyun and Cheng Sisi were clearly in love, and not even bothering anyone, but Go Li kept trying to stick his nose in, challenging Ling Duanyun at every turn. It had even gotten to the point where he was camping for Ling Duanyun outside his own home. Had Ling Han not suddenly appeared, Go Li would have been sure to trample all over Ling Duanyun's dignity. As such, why should he be courteous towards Go Li? Go Li laughed coldly, clearly looking down on Ling Duanyun. Even though the other party was already at the Genesis tier, there was still a considerable gap with the severing mundane tier. Go Li could still take him down with ease. The problem was that if Ling Han popped out with another hour again, wouldn't Ling Duanyun be able to beat him to a pulp then? Go Li could not bear the thought of being defeated by such a nobody. How would he be able to face anyone in the future if that happened? This is your lucky day. I'm done. Go Li turned around and left. Ling Han reached out with his hand and pressed down. Pa, pa, pa. All of them suddenly fell to the ground. Senior, did you kill them? Ling Duanyun nervously asked. Ling Han shook his head. I just wiped away their memory of what just happened. He didn't want to appear before the world this early. That was why he needed to make sure that no one would be able to reveal his secret. Ling Duanyun was in shock as he wondered if his memory would be erased too. Ling Han smiled. Don't worry. I've already wiped your memory. What? Ling Duanyun anxiously racked his brain to figure out if there were any gaps in his memory. Let's go. Ling Han grabbed Ling Duanyun, and leapt into the Ling clan manor. With Ling Duanyun's guidance, they came upon his resting quarters. Surprisingly, the land was decently large, and had a very beautiful surrounding. He, the current clan leader is my father, Ling Duanyun said. No wonder. Ling Han sat down, and said, tell me the current situation of the Ling clan and all its history. The Empress and Hunyo sat at the side, and did their own thing respectively. Ling Duanyun hesitated for a moment as he pondered why this senior was so concerned about these matters. However, if this senior really intended to do something to the Ling clan, not even the 5 elders of the clan would be able to stop him, let alone him. He obediently laid everything out. The Ling clan's ancestor had moved here from somewhere else approximately 500 million years ago. At the time, they even had an elite at the dividing soul tier. However, he had suffered a heavy injury, and had his lifespan cut short by the Immortal's calamity, which ended his life. After him, the Ling clan couldn't produce another dividing soul tier elite, and their strength fell by a wide margin, eventually becoming a minor severing mundane tier clan. Moreover, they only had 5 severing mundane tier elites, placing them at the very bottom among other forces. As such, they did not have much influence in this big city. If several more of their severing mundane tier elders were to perish, then the Ling clan's position would fall even lower. The biggest problem was that there were 2 factions within the Ling clan that were causing intense friction among the members. There was a high chance of it escalating to total chaos and causing this small clan to rupture completely. Normally, internal problems with the clan came from disputes over power. Countless clans had ruined themselves because of such issues. However, this was not the case for the Ling clan. Instead, they were arguing over something that could not be any more trivial to the average person. One side wanted to change their surname, while the other side didn't. Because of this, there was no shortage of friction within the Ling clan. It was close to escalating into violence, or even a full-scale battle that would completely split the clan apart. Ling Han was very confused. He didn't understand why as many as 3 elders had such thoughts to begin with. What purpose was there in changing their surname? However, Ling Han knew that this had to do with him. Even the Celestial King tier forces were being suppressed because they were surnamed Ling and mistaken for his descendants, what more a minor severing mundane tier force like them. Even if they were to be erased completely one day, who would be bothered? As such, there were some in the Ling clan that wanted to change their surname. Since the Ling name could not bring them glory, only calamity, then why should they try so hard to keep it? Ling Han could understand their reasoning. He was deeply angry with those who had caused his descendants such duress. So what if they were surnamed Ling? Ling Han pondered for a while, and then asked Ling Duanyun, "How about you, then? Do you want to change your surname?" Ling Duanyun immediately stood up with a resolute expression, and said, "Our Ling clan's teachings state that no matter how much blood we spill, we must never abandon our name." "Good." Ling Han nodded. Slamming his hand on the table, he continued, "As long as I, Ling Han, am around, the Ling clan will never fall. Furthermore, we will soon stand at the top of the world, and garner the admiration of all." "Senior, you," Ling Duanyun looked at Ling Han in shock. "I'm Ling Han. Have you not heard of me?" Ling Han asked. Ling Duanyun dazedly shook his head. Judging from Ling Han's tone, it seemed like he also belonged to the Ling clan. However, Ling Duanyun didn't know how many generations older he was, completely clad in mystery. Because of that, Ling Duanyun only felt an excitement welling inside upon hearing Ling Han's proclamation. He didn't suspect a single thing Ling Han said to be empty promises. "You'll find out eventually." Ling Han patted Ling Duanyun's shoulder, and said, "From now on, you're training with me. The Ling clan's rise to glory will start with you." Ling Duanyun was naturally ecstatic. With just a few casual taps from Ling Han, he was able to jump from the heavenly body tier to the Genesis tier. If he were to train with Ling Han for a few more days, then wouldn't reaching the severing mundane tier, dividing soul tier, and immortal palace tier be a piece of cake? Ling Han shook his head, and said, "Your first step is to sever your own cultivation level and start training from the ground up." "Ah!" Ling Duanyun was instantly dejected. He had just reached the Genesis tier. Now he had to go back to where he was? Ling Han smiled, and asked, "How big is your ambition?" Chapter 2966, 2966 Ambition. 2966 Ambition. Ambition? Ling Duanyun murmured. He thought for a while. I want to become an elite, protect the clan, and bring the Ling clan to greater heights. Ling Han nodded with a smile, and said, then what kind of cultivation level can be considered an elite? Ling Duanyun pondered again. In his heart, he naturally hoped to become a supreme elite like a celestial king, but the problem was that with the decline of the Ling clan, he was now merely at the heavenly body tier, at Genesis tier. How far was the gap that separated him from the celestial king tier? Becoming a celestial king was by no means an ambition, but rather a fantasy. Dividing soul tier, he said after some thought. Dividing soul tiers could already be called a powerful force in Peaceful Leaf City because the first-rate forces were merely of the Immortal Palace tier, and there were just 6 clans. Ling Han smiled. Ling Duanyun didn't boast that he would become a celestial king or ascending origin tier, which was quite practical of him. Although Ling Han could easily create a celestial king, this group could be regarded as top-notch elites no matter which dimension they would be based in, and their number was pitifully small. A mere severing mundane tier actually wanted to advance to become a celestial king? This wasn't called ambition, but rather not knowing one's own limitations. Being a dividing soul tier at most can only make the Ling clan be able to stand firm in the profound negative realm. It won't be enough to dominate, let alone become well-known in the profound negative realm, Ling Han said. He paused, and then asked, in your eyes, what cultivation level should a top-notch elite possess? Celestial King tier? N. Ling Duanyun nodded vigorously. Which cultivator wouldn't want to become a celestial king? Celestial kings had truly transcended, and were unafraid of the immortals' calamity. They were eternally young and indestructible. Ling Han laughed. If I told you that there is another cultivation level above the celestial king tier, called the heavenly venerable tier, what would be your thoughts? Heavenly venerable tier? Ling Duanyun murmured, his mouth opened wide and his face full of disbelief. For a long time, all he heard and knew were legends about celestial kings. This would be a cultivation level that people could only look up to, only 1 out of 100 million, no, 1 trillion cultivators could become a celestial king. This was worthy of the power of a celestial king. But Ling Han said that there was actually a cultivation level above the celestial king tier? Was there an existence that could be more powerful than the celestial kings? Ling Duanyun couldn't believe it, and couldn't accept it. What do you think is my cultivation level? Ling Han asked. Celestial King tier, Ling Duanyun said decisively. Ling Han smiled, and with a thought, a ribbon of iridescent light appeared on his body, but it suddenly became 8, then decreased to 3, and then increased to 9, constantly changing, as if he was performing magic. Ling Duanyun was dumbfounded. Who wouldn't know that the number of ribbons of iridescent light of the Celestial King was impossible to change, as this was a characteristic. The number of ribbons being shown would directly reflect the level of the Celestial King. The only thing that a Celestial King could do was to either show it or not. What the hell was he seeing now? The Empress couldn't help smiling, but Hunyo laughed out loud, already clutching her belly with both hands. Ling Han opened his mouth, and said, I'm not a Celestial King, but a Heavenly Venerate. The Celestial King uses the regulations to be on par with the heaven and earth, but the Heavenly Venerate surpasses the regulations, and even the heavens must respect him. Do you want to be a Celestial King, or a Heavenly Venerate? Ling Han looked at Ling Duanyun. If you want to become a Celestial King, I can give a helping hand to advance to this cultivation level, but if you want to become a Heavenly Venerate, you need to make sure your every step is solid, otherwise, if at any point your cultivation does not meet the mark, you will never be able to become a Heavenly Venerate. Just as Ling Duanyun had said just now, there could only be one Celestial King out of 1 trillion people, but there might not necessarily be a Heavenly Venerate among 1 trillion Celestial Kings. Ling Duanyun couldn't help showing a look of leisurely fascination. Even the heavens would need to respect him. How powerful was this? Can I really become such an elite? He asked, a little dazed. He couldn't be blamed for his lack of self-confidence. For a clan of mere severing mundane tier, becoming a dividing soul tier was a distant dream, let alone a heavenly venerate that was another level higher than even celestial king tier. Ling Han said, I can't guarantee that you will become a heavenly venerate. What I can offer you is the road to becoming a supreme elite. If you are really capable, you can walk across to that level. If not, then being a celestial king will be your final destination. Ling Duanyun hesitated for a while, but his eyes suddenly became firm. Master, please accept this disciple's respect. He knelt down. Ling Han calmly accepted his veneration. It was natural for him to accept a descendant's veneration as his ancestor, but taking him as a disciple? Did he want to mess up seniority? Get up, I will teach you how to cultivate, but there is no need to take you as my disciple. Why? Ling Duanyun was dumbfounded at this time. Pa! Hunyo slapped the brat on the back of the head. Silly kid, this is your ancestor. If you are accepted as a disciple, won't the Ling clan's seniority be messed up? Only then did Ling Duanyun come to his senses. He couldn't help scratching the back of his head and chuckling. Let's get started. With a sweep of his hand, Ling Han wiped out Ling Duanyun's cultivation level, turning him into an ordinary person. Start from the beginning and build the foundations with the indestructible Heaven Scroll. Ling Han gave Ling Duanyun a boost to speed up the flow of time. Under the flow rate of 2 million times, the speed of Ling Duanyun's cultivation was naturally astonishing. In just one day, he had already returned to the heavenly body tier. To the outside world, it was just one single day, but to him, it was as long as over 5,000 years, which was longer than the time he had been cultivating since he had been born. After finishing this one-day training, Ling Duanyun's state completely changed. There was a hint of vicissitudes in his eyes, but there was more firmness and confidence. After rebuilding the foundation and cultivating the indestructible Heaven Scroll, his battle prowess would be so powerful that it was indescribable in a battle of the same level. Ling Han didn't let Ling Duanyun continue cultivation. Speeding up the flow of time was actually not good. After all, it broke the standard regulations of the heaven and earth. It would be alright if the time was shorter, but if the period was too long, the disadvantages would be infinitely magnified. Therefore, Ling Duanyun continued to go to his martial academy. Ling Han knew that this brat also had a lover, and was precisely at the stage when the relationship was extremely intimate. He was already missing her after not seeing her for one day, not to mention that more than 5 millennia had passed under the accelerated time flow. If Ling Han was to let him cultivate for another 5,000 years, this brat would probably rebel. Ling Han also had his own plans. He wanted to see how many people in the Ling clan were worthy of being trained. He would never promote everyone just because they were his descendants, ignoring their character. Even if he had enough resources in his hands, he wouldn't do it. Furthermore, he also wanted to know the situation of Ling Jianxue, Ling Shi, and others, and what had happened to them. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Han still needed to train in the mortal world so that his Tao heart could be unhindered so he could appreciate the 4th fundamental particle and advance to the 5th tier. As long as he had the battle prowess of the 7th tier, he could naturally run rampant in the world. With his support, the Ling clan would never be eliminated. Finally, Ling Han still had to look for other descendants as the Ling clan in Peaceful Leaf City was just one branch. Chapter 2967, 2967 Training the Heart. 2967 Training the Heart. The profound negative realm was huge. After devouring the other 9 high-level dimensions and upgrading into a transcendent dimension, the territory of the profound negative realm had increased by at least 10 times. Even with Ling Han's 6th tier strength, wanting to find his descendants in this vast sea of people was still doomed to be difficult. This was not about just roaming the profound negative realm, but searching through each region one by one. Even if Ling Han used his bloodline connection to filter out most of it, it was still a huge project. He still had to teach Ling Duanyun, and he didn't have so much time to waste either. Ling Han thought about it, and decided to just peacefully teach Ling Duanyun for the moment. When this guy achieved some results, the former would then leave to look for his descendants. In fact, the simplest thing was to advance to the 5th tier and become invincible in the world. Then, the Ling clan could be re-established in the world, and then ascend to the top, and his descendants would of course run to him of their own volition, but there would surely be many impostors among them, and he would need to use his blood to identify them. However, relatively speaking, the workload would be much smaller. After making up his mind, Ling Han settled down here peacefully, and lived like an ordinary person. At the end of the first day, Ling Duanyun came to find him. The kid was full of excitement, and said, "Ancestor, the stupid dog completely forgot what happened yesterday, and he wanted to cause me trouble again. In the end, I defeated his subordinates with just 3 or 2 blows." You should have seen how colorful his expression at the time was. Ling Han smiled faintly. "So interesting. Then I'll join in the fun tomorrow." Ling Duanyun was stunned for a moment. "You are already a heavenly venerate, and you still want to go to the martial academy? Are you planning to show off?" Ling Han didn't explain. He didn't need to cultivate his body now, what he needed to temper was his spirit so he could complete a sublimation, push away the shackles in one fell swoop, and sense the 4th fundamental power. This kind of mental cultivation was not limited to formalities. He could move freely and let nature take its course. "Come on, continue your cultivation." Ling Han grabbed Ling Duanyun. Previously, Ling Duanyun was just recultivating his cultivation level, and the process was not difficult, but from today onwards, Ling Han would let this kid know what it meant for cultivation to be difficult. If he didn't suffer, how would he survive life and death situations? Ling Duanyun began his painful journey of cultivation. It looked like he had only spent one night, but in reality, he had spent more than 100 years being trained like a dog by Ling Han, which made him cry and scream miserably. The next morning, he looked at Ling Han with a bitter and hateful gaze, as if they were mortal enemies. However, his cultivation level had advanced with incomparably stable and solid steps to the peak stage of the heavenly body tier. With just a little stabilization, he would be able to advance to the eternal river tier. "Let's go to the martial academy." Ling Han impulsively headed to the martial academy with Ling Duanyun to change his mindset and set aside all thoughts of utilitarianism. Perhaps this would allow him to gain enlightenment. It couldn't be helped. Firstly, severing mundane tier disciples could be called elders, and secondly, there were only a handful of severing mundane tier disciples in the academy, so there was absolutely no need to teach them every day. After the 2 of them arrived at the martial academy, Ling Duanyun asked Ling Han to register. To enter the Jianan branch, one did not need any outstanding aptitude in cultivation. They only needed to pay. Of course, the payment was in star stones. Ling Han casually tossed out a pile of star stones, causing everyone in the admissions office to stare at him as if he was a monster. This guy was so rich. Ling Duanyun's gaze swept over the crowd, and a mocking sneer appeared on his lips. There would definitely be people here who would be jealous and harbor evil intentions, wanting to make a move on Ling Han. However, if anyone were to make a move, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. This was an existence even more impressive and awesome than a celestial king. His ancestor was indeed here to show off. Most importantly, he didn't have to worry about being struck by lightning when he showed off. Even the heavenly tribulation obeyed him. Cultivation level, birth, name. One of them was in charge of registering Ling Han's information. Ling Han thought for a moment, and said, "Genesis tier, lone cultivator, Han Lin." Hearing this, everyone glanced at Ling Han. A mere Genesis tier cultivator was simply a piece of cake. Furthermore, he was a lone cultivator, so there was no need to worry about retaliation after killing and robbing him. You may go. After registering Ling Han's information, the two of them left. Ling Duanyun showed Ling Han around. This place, which was located on a huge mountain, was still quite big. The spiritual qi on the mountain was obviously abundant, and there was also a formation placed for gathering spiritual qi. However, if one wanted to cultivate on the mountain, it would definitely not be something that just anyone could do. It would be either a genius recognized by the Martial Academy or a descendant of a famous clan. A nobody could only be envious. The Ling clan couldn't be considered a prestigious clan, but Ling Duanyun was a heaven-gifted talent, so he naturally had the qualifications to go up the mountain to cultivate. In addition, as long as they were willing to pay, they could also go up the mountain, but the price was not cheap. Very few people could afford it. Ling Han and Ling Duanyun arrived at the foot of the mountain together. Stop right there. The two of them were about to ascend the mountain when they were stopped by someone. Ling Duanyun whispered to Ling Han, "Ancestor, you deliberately showed off." No, you hid yourself too well. No one knows about your freakishness, so you have to pay before you can go up the mountain." Ling Han nodded. The main purpose of going up the mountain was to meet Cheng Sisi. What kind of person was she? He handed over a star stone. This would allow him to cultivate on the mountain for 10 days. He could choose to stay for 10 days in a single stroke, or he could come and register every time he came. Stop right there. Just as the two of them were about to take a step forward, they were stopped again. "Ninth brother, are you trying to get some extra money again?" Ling Duanyun looked at the guard. The latter was a veteran from the Martial Academy who would often use some tricks to extort money from the students. The guard chuckled. "I've always strictly followed the rules of the Martial Academy. Don't falsely accuse me." "Then why are you stopping us?" Ling Duanyun asked. "Not you guys, but only you." The guard pointed at Ling Duanyun. "Me?" Ling Duanyun was surprised. "Why are you stopping me?" "Because I just received a notice from the Martial Academy this morning that your qualifications as a key disciple have been revoked. So, if you want to go up the mountain, pay up," the guard said in a casual tone. His eyes glanced sideways at Ling Duanyun, and his tone was filled with disdain. Ling Duanyun was stunned at first, and then he flew into a rage. "Why should I be disqualified as a key disciple? What rules have I broken in the Martial Academy? I don't know about that. I'm just following orders. If you have any dissatisfaction, report it to the Martial Academy yourself," the guard said with a chuckle. "Stupid dog, it must be him," Ling Duanyun immediately said. Ling Han threw a star stone at the guard, and then said to Ling Duanyun, "Come, let's go up the mountain." "All right." Ling Duanyun nodded. This Goli was really sinister because Cheng Sisi had to be cultivating on the mountain. He wanted to separate the two of them. Chapter 2968, 2968 You're all wrong. 2968 You're all wrong. The Qing clan was a major clan in peaceful Leaf City. Not only did they have elites at the Immortal Palace tier, they also had a super strong elite at 5th Secret. That made them the #1 clan in Peace Leaf City. With a background like that, even if Cheng Sisi was any more mediocre, she could still easily get the chance to cultivate on the mountain. Moreover, she belonged to the main branch, and had an extraordinary natural talent for cultivation. As such, she was treated like a princess by everyone. No one expected Cheng Sisi to be interested in Ling Duanyun. Even though she was only a little interested right now, some people were starting to feel restless already. For example, Go Li. The Go clan was also an Immortal Palace tier force, even though they were a little weaker than the Cheng clan. The strongest person in their clan was a fourth secret. Not to mention, even though Go Li was also from the main branch, he had two older cousins, both of whom were more talented than he was. The clan was also more generous with these two when it came to cultivation resources. Thus, Go Li was extremely attentive towards Cheng Sisi, and wanted to marry this little princess. That way, his position in the Go clan would skyrocket, and the Cheng clan would also treat him well. Now that Ling Duanyun and Cheng Sisi were getting closer, it was understandable for Go Li to use underhanded tricks to lessen the chance of them meeting. To Go Li, even though Ling Duanyun was also the young master of the Ling clan, their situation in recent years had been on the decline. As such, Ling Duanyun wouldn't have a lot of star stones on hand, and it would surely be painful for him to pay to cultivate on the mountain out of his own pocket. Once or twice would be fine, but how would he be able to pay for it in the long run? Go Li's methods were cunning, but highly effective. Once the pair had fewer chances to meet, any emotion they shared would slowly fade away. Ling Han and Ling Duanyun walked up the mountain, and saw many formations, most of which were occupied by people sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Throughout the journey, Ling Duanyun tried to find Cheng Sisi. By the time they got up the mountain top, they saw a man and a woman talking. One of them was Go Li. The woman was dressed in a long green dress. She had light makeup on, which emphasized her originally beautiful face. She was relatively tall, not much shorter than Go Li. There was some haughtiness in her expression, as if she was a little princess. Indeed, she was none other than the princess of the entire Peaceful Leaf City and the young mistress of the Cheng clan's main branch, Cheng Sisi. As soon as Ling Duanyun saw her, he immediately called out, "Miss Cheng," and ran over, completely abandoning his ancestor. Ling Han shook his head as he watched how the brat placed all his attention on Cheng Sisi. He quietly watched from the side. Go Li was not surprised to see Ling Duanyun. No matter how broke he was surely still able to fork out a few star stones. But even if he could once or twice, would he be able to do the same 3 or 4 times, or even 8 to 10 times? "Oh, it's you." Cheng Sisi glanced over at Ling Duanyun and nodded. "I was just about to find you and ask about the autumn wind blowing leaf technique." "Sure thing." Ling Duanyun nodded enthusiastically, beaming brightly. From the looks of it, it was just a one-sided love from Ling Duanyun. Even though he was extremely attentive towards her, it didn't seem like this Miss Cheng shared his sentiment. It was probably because Cheng Sisi was usually cold to everyone else, so when she treated Ling Duanyun just a little bit nicer, it was enough for Go Li to assume there was something going on between them. In truth, it was just a case of overthinking. To Cheng Sisi, Ling Duanyun's background was simply too pitiful. He could be a playmate, but she would definitely not consider him as a lover at all. Yes, there were some young elites who didn't have such a shallow perspective, but they simply numbered too few. Ling Han also didn't believe that this woman was one of them. Speaking of autumn wind blowing leaf, I also have some insights I would like to share. Why don't we discuss it together? Go Li said. He couldn't help but glance over at Ling Han as he kept feeling a strange chill when he saw this person. Strange, we've never met before. Why do I have this feeling? Is it because he has a naturally scary face? But who the hell is he? Why would someone like a severing mundane Grand Elder get the chills just because of someone's face? How strange. Then let's go together. Cheng Sisi didn't wait for Ling Duanyun's opinion, and made the choice for him. Ling Han silently shook his head again. This woman really didn't care for Ling Duanyun at all. Otherwise, even if she didn't want to blatantly reject the offer, she would have at least hinted that Go Li was not welcome. Ling Duanyun fell for it completely. He didn't blame Cheng Sisi's actions, but simply thought that Go Li was too oblivious to the situation. The three of them started their discussion. The autumn wind blowing leaf was a sword technique that had many different forms. It was something the three of them had just learned and needed to fully master within a set amount of time. Ling Duanyun and Go Li had opposing views, and had a heated debate, demonstrating with the sword in their hands like two male peacocks battling it out. Ling Han listened on, and couldn't help but yawn. He had already surpassed the range of mere techniques, so he naturally wasn't interested. You're wrong. This form should be an upward swing from below, and not the other way around, Go Li arrogantly claimed. The way you're moving will cause the sword technique's strength to fall by 10%. Even though it's not much, it falls short of mastery. Bullsh*t. It should be a swing downwards. Ling Duanyun naturally didn't want to admit defeat in front of Go Li. The two of them argued back and forth, but were unwilling to relent. This was just a discussion on the sword technique, and not an actual battle to see who was stronger. Even if Go Li was at the severing mundane tier, he couldn't just send Ling Duanyun flying away with a slap. Then let's decide using the Cloud Heart Stone, Cheng Sisi quipped. The Cloud Heart Stone was a special stone that would develop creases upon receiving any impact. The stronger the impact, the more layers would show. As such, it could be used to determine the strength of a technique. They then took out two Cloud Heart Stones, and had Cheng Sisi be the demonstrator to avoid any cheating from any one side. She first displayed the autumn wind-blowing leaf technique according to Ling Duanyun's explanation, and landed her attack on the Cloud Heart Stone, leaving 11 layers on the stone. She then used Go Li's explanation to launch the same technique, and caused 12 layers to appear on the Cloud Heart Stone. Even though the difference was just one layer, it was Ling Duanyun's loss. Go Li immediately had an arrogant look on his face, and looked at Ling Duanyun with a delighted expression. In truth, this was not his interpretation, but something taught to him by one of the elites in his clan. Cheng Sisi couldn't help her disappointment. Her opinion of Ling Duanyun had changed because she thought he had his own thoughts in cultivation, which was why she was interested in him in the first place. But if he couldn't even compare to Go Li, then that simply meant her trust had been misplaced. It was understandable. After all, he had come from a minor force of the severing mundane tier. How could they possibly produce any talent worth mentioning? She suddenly lost all interest and shook her head. I'm going to go cultivate. Hold it. Ling Han spoke up. His descendant just lost, so he naturally couldn't sit still. You're all wrong. Chapter 2969, 2969 Change of Mental State. 2969 Change of Mental State. We're all wrong? What a joke. Who do you think you are to say we're all wrong? He's with Ling Duanyun. Clearly, he's going to support him. Go Li laughed coldly. Oh, where are we wrong? I warn you not to speak rashly. Otherwise, I'll let you know the meaning of regret. Are you threatening me? Ling Han smiled as a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. In that instant, Go Li completely went blank. When he came to, he was covered in sweat, feeling as though he had just been hollowed out. He couldn't utter a single word. Watching all of this unfold, Cheng Sisi couldn't help her surprise. Go Li submitted? The young master of the Go clan was not only renowned for his arrogance, but he was also a severing mundane tier Grand Elder, even though the latter was something that would only apply after a few 100 million more years of cultivation. However, each major tier in cultivation level was separated by a nigh insurmountable gap. This was even more so between the severing mundane tier and the Genesis tier. Strange. The girl kept staring at Ling Han, but she couldn't find anything out of the ordinary that would make him capable of suppressing Go Li. Oh, why don't you explain where they went wrong? She asked. Go Li was also looking at Ling Han. He had already regained his senses, and was feeling both ashamed and confused at his earlier reaction. How could a mere Genesis tier scare him into a cold sweat? It was fortunate no one found out. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. If you're not able to give a reasonable explanation, then I might have to teach you some manners, he threatened. Ling Han paid him no heed, and simply smiled. This sword technique is utter trash from start to finish. Ling Duanyun was the only one who didn't doubt his words. How could a heavenly venerate possibly speak of such things casually? However, both Cheng Sisi and Go Li were furious because the sword technique that Ling Han had just belittled so harshly was the catalyst for creating a great elite of the Immortal Palace tier called Zhu Mang. Zhu Mang was a prodigy like no other. As a lone cultivator, he learned through trial and error, and eventually became a Immortal Palace tier great elite. However, Zhu Mang only cared about cultivation, and did not wed anyone nor have any descendants to create a clan with. Instead, he established the Jia Nan Martial Academy. He was very selfless, and had many outstanding students. That was also why he was such a highly regarded individual to all of Peaceful Leaf City's forces, both big and small. However, Ling Han just insulted the sword technique that Zhu Mang had created, calling it utter trash, even. What was this if not a disrespect towards Zhu Mang? Are you that eager to die? Go Li said coldly. Cheng Sisi kept quiet, but her expression had also hardened. Ling Han took Ling Duanyun's sword, and said, "Watch." He casually flicked his hand, demonstrating the autumn wind-blowing leaf technique. The sword intent was the same as before, but the details were completely different. Pooh! As he stabbed the cloud heart stone with his sword, layers of creases began to form. 29 layers. Cheng Sisi and Go Li were flabbergasted, and couldn't believe it. Even Ling Duanyun was taken aback. This was because Ling Han had suppressed his strength to Cheng Sisi's level, and used the same sword technique, but the resulting damage was over twice as powerful. This was simply too astonishing. Ling Han lightly tossed the sword back to Ling Duanyun and smiled. "What do you think?" Cheng Sisi and Go Li were lost for words. They had a good enough eye to tell that Ling Han did not use any power well beyond Cheng Sisi's level. He had dominated purely based on technique. Could the sword technique they had been practicing all this while really be that wrong? The two of them were stupefied. What kind of person was Zhu Mang? He was a prodigy like no other, reaching the Immortal Palace tier with his own strength one step at a time. In the future, he might even become a great elite of the Ascending Origin tier. How could he possibly lose to someone from the Genesis tier? Even though Zhu Mang had created this sword technique while he had been at the Severing Mundane tier, he would still be many times stronger than the current Ling Han. You must have cheated somehow. Cheng Sisi couldn't believe it. Ling Han smiled. Alright, then I'll teach you the sword technique, and you can check that out for yourself. He started to demonstrate the sword technique that he had just casually created. It was not some secret technique, so he didn't mind teaching it to someone else. While Ling Han started to teach, not only Cheng Sisi was studying his moves, even Ling Duanyun was following suit. Go Li also couldn't help mimicking Ling Han's movements. As the four of them trained together, they soon drew the attention of other people, causing a crowd to slowly gather where they were. When the crowd found out why the four of them were training, they were also doubtful that Ling Han could improve upon the autumn wind-blowing leaf sword technique and increase its might over twofold. As such, they also started practicing in accordance to Ling Han's description in the hopes of proving him wrong. Zhu Mang was a saint-like figure in everyone's heart, and any disrespect was not tolerated. They were able to pick up the move quickly as Ling Han had only changed the sword technique slightly. The sword intent was still the same, just the subtleties had changed. They all tried their hand on the Cloud Heart Stone, and as a result, everyone saw some form of improvement in the sword technique. Some of them only saw minor improvements, while others got more moderate gains, with the greatest improvement being almost twice the original technique's power. This was an indisputable fact. After Ling Han's modifications, the autumn wind-blowing leaf technique had greatly increased in strength. Zhu Mang was lesser than Ling Han. No, Master Zhu had created this sword technique when he had been at the Severing Mundane tier. Back then, his cultivation had not reached the great accomplishment level, so it seems normal that there may be one or two flaws in his technique. Yes, that must be the case. Everyone nodded in agreement as though this was the only reasonable explanation. However, some of the smarter individuals didn't agree. Ling Han was still only at the Genesis tier, and the fact that he was able to improve upon the Severing Mundane tier Grand Elder's sword technique alone was still something noteworthy. Cheng Sisi was one such individual. She had a visible excitement in her eyes as though she had just discovered a new continent. Ling Han chuckled. He was not so petty as to compare himself to a junior from the Immortal Palace tier. However, as a result of this light-hearted action, Ling Han was able to sense a slight change in his mentality. Previously, he was too concerned with raising his cultivation level. With the constant injustices set upon him, the immense pressure drove him to make highly visible improvements in his cultivation. He was a person who thrived under pressure. However, stress had both pros and cons. Now that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, the pressure he gave himself only added to his anxiety, and did nothing to facilitate the actual breakthrough. After loosening up a bit, he immediately felt something different than before. On the path of cultivation, there was always a push and a pull. Ling Han felt that he was on the right path. He was still ambitious about breaking through, but he wanted to mold his mentality into being more cool and collected, and not easily swayed by pressure. The crowd naturally dispersed after having their little banter. However, Cheng Sisi was highly interested in Ling Han. She asked, "You are?" "Oh, he is a senior of mine," Ling Duanyun hurriedly replied. "A senior?" Cheng Sisi nodded. She wasn't surprised, since the gap between the students of the academy was extremely wide, which made the huge age gap a normal occurrence as well. For example, Goli was already a few 100 million years old. Just as she was about to continue, 3 silhouettes dropped in from separate directions, each with a furious expression on their face. "Not good," she said in surprise. Chapter 2970, 2970 swept away. 2970 swept away. Yet Goli showed an expression of delight at Ling Han's misfortune, and said with a smile, "Teacher Ma Bang, Teacher Yi Hongqing, Teacher Shi Gang, not only are they all 4th Severance Grand Elders, their teacher is Zhu Meng, Lord Zhu." He paused, looked towards Ling Han, and said slowly, "These 3 have extreme respect for Lord Zhu. You tampered with Lord Zhu's sword technique, so they will definitely seek you out for an accounting." As he spoke, Ma Bang and the others had already walked over. "So this is the one?" Yi Hongqing pointed at Ling Han, his expression very unfriendly. He naturally had a reason to be furious. Previously, he had suddenly received news that someone had tampered with his teacher's sword technique, and had even led others to make changes as well. His anger immediately spiked up. How could he tolerate that? Hence, he immediately ran over. Unexpectedly, Ma Bang and Shi Gang had also run over as soon as they heard the news, coincidentally encountering each other. 3 teachers, it was this person that tampered with Lord Zhu's sword technique, Goli hurriedly said. Zhu Bang and the others all glared fiercely at Ling Han, as if he was some extremely evil and vicious character. Ling Han smiled faintly, and moved as he willed. "What's wrong with that?" Zhu Bang and the others didn't immediately attack. Instead, they asked around first, and found out that Ling Han's modification of the sword technique had indeed greatly increased the might of the original sword technique. They couldn't find any fault with this, and even if they wanted to flip out, they couldn't find any reason to do so. Shi Gang said, "Since you're so smart, come and modify this sword technique." Violent wind rising waves was created by Master when he was at the Dividing Soul tier. It was even hailed by several lords of Immortal Palace tier as a world-suppressing treasured art. When the 3 Severing Mundane tier Grand Elders arrived, the disciples that had just dispersed naturally all ran back, continuing to watch the excitement. When they heard Shi Gang's words, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Just listen, just where did this sword technique come from? Even the Immortal Palace tier elites were full of praise for it. This undoubtedly gave Ling Han tremendous pressure. To say nothing of whether he could improve it, even if he could, would he dare? Wouldn't that be equivalent to slapping the faces of the Immortal Palace tier elites? Ling Han scoffed. Not interested. How dare you? Shi Gang raised his voice. Then hurry up and kneel down, and apologize to our Lord Master. Ling Han smiled, and said, and what is the basis for that, then? Since you are unable to modify violent wind rising waves, it means that you were just putting on a pretense previously, Yi Hongqing said calmly. Kneel. Ma Bang shouted harshly, his voice exploding all of a sudden, just like a sudden clap of thunder. If Ling Han had really been a Genesis tier elite, he would definitely have fallen to his knees with this shout. This was the deliberate targeting of a severing mundane tier Grand Elder. However, in front of a dignified heavenly Venerate, what could this shout do? Ling Han acted as he liked. At first, he had not planned to target anyone, but seeing these three people being so aggressive, his anger naturally rose. He grinned at the thought. And if I don't kneel? You think you can rebel? Ma Bang moved, grabbing out at Ling Han. Ling Han casually waved his hand, and Ma Bang was sent flying, instantly turning into a small black dot, and disappearing on the horizon. This. Everyone was dumbfounded. A severing mundane tier Grand Elder had been sent flying to the horizon by a Genesis tier with a wave of his hand. Were they dreaming? As a teacher, you should set an example. Your duty is to teach others, and not to commit violence, Ling Han lectured Shi Gang and Yi Hongqing. The two of them trembled in fear. Their strength was equal to Ma Bang's, and even Ma Bang was no match for a single strike from Ling Han. Then, it had to be the same for them as well. This guy wasn't a Genesis tier cultivator, but definitely a poser who came to do some seal clubbing. Let's go. The two of them hurriedly retreated, and seeing that Ling Han had no intention to stop them, they couldn't help but run even faster. Do you know that you've gotten into big trouble? Cheng Sisi looked at Ling Han smilingly. Those three are the strongest elites of the branch academy. If they're outmatched, they'll definitely go to the main branch to find stronger people, such as Dividing Soul tier, or even Lord Zhu Mang himself. Zhu Mang had already nurtured 2 Dividing Soul tier and 17 Severing Mundane tier disciples, and there were even more people that he had been a teacher to, and they were the elders or even the clan leaders of the various great clans. If these people were alerted, then Ling Han's actions would be equivalent to opposing the entire Peaceful Leaf City. Come and beg me. If my heart suddenly softens, perhaps I may speak up for you. She was intrigued. If she could subdue such an intractable man, it would be a very great accomplishment to her. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "You're just a little girl, so what can you do? You dare to look down on me?" Cheng Sisi raised a brow, showing a hint of anger. "Are you the clan leader of the Cheng clan, or an Immortal Palace tier elite?" Ling Han's question caused Cheng Sisi to choke, and then he continued, "So, what use are your words?" Cheng Sisi glared angrily at Ling Han. If she really decided to help Ling Han, she would definitely act spoiled and have the clan leader of the Cheng clan step out to apologize to Zhu Mang on his behalf. She was sure that this matter could still be considered resolved with that. However, Ling Han actually dared to speak of her in this manner, causing her to completely lose the mood to plead on Ling Han's behalf. "Who cares if you die?" She humphed, and turned her head, appearing to be extremely proud. Ling Han did not take it to heart at all. He crossed one leg over the other, and waited to see what would happen. This could be seen as a test for Cheng Sisi. The test was naturally whether she was worthy of Ling Duanyunwat was the use of mere beauty. There was no shortage of beautiful women in this world. From how things looked now, Cheng Xixi's performance was not a passing grade at all. After a short while, another 7 people came. Aside from Shi Gang and Yi Hongcheng, there were also 2 severing mundane tier Grand Elders, while the other 3 were dividing soul tiers. These 7 people were all disciples of Zhu Mang. When they found out that someone had dared to insult their master, and had even sent a junior brother flying, they were naturally all infuriated beyond belief. "Who exactly are you, sir?" a dividing soul tier asked. "And who are you?" Ling Han countered. The dividing soul tier revealed a hint of anger, but suppressed it. "I am Lu Jun." "Oh, what business do you have with me?" Ling Han asked very casually. Lu Jun was almost angered to death. "Just now, it was already enough that you did not reveal your own name, but now that I have already announced my name, you still do not pay any heed to it. Are you deliberately playing around with me? Senior brother, like I said, there is no need to be reserved with this kind of madman. Just apprehend him directly," a dividing soul tier beside him said, appearing extremely impatient. "All right. We will apprehend him first." Lu Jun nodded. At first, he had wanted to use diplomacy before resorting to force. After all, Ling Han had sent Ma Bang flying with a single strike, and the strength that he had displayed was incredibly amazing. However, Ling Han had not shown the slightest bit of friendliness, so he felt that there was no need to have a peaceful conversation with Ling Han. "Let's attack together." The 3 great dividing soul tiers attacked Ling Han at the same time, wanting to take him down in one go. In other words, a pro coming to bully noobs while pretending to be one himself. The original was that whole "pretending to be pig to eat a tiger" idiom, but might as well spice it up sometimes. Chapter 2971, 2971 Forced to show his true colors. 2971 Forced to show his true colors. Ling Han casually waved his hand, and Xiao, Lu Jun and the others flew into the sky, instantly disappearing without a trace. Fuck. Everyone was gaping in shock. Those were 3 dividing soul tier elites, and they had actually been sent flying with a single wave? It should be known that Ma Bang, who had been the first to be sent flying, had not come back even now. Where had he been sent flying to? Cheng Xixi also looked at Ling Han in shock. At first, she had thought that Ling Han was only a 5th Severance Grand Elder. At most, he would only be a dividing soul tier. Though this could be considered an elite cultivator in peaceful Leaf City, this could not be considered to be in the top tier. However, she now knew that she had been wrong. This should be a great elite of Immortal Palace tier. Perhaps Lord Zhu Mang himself would have to personally come out to suppress him. The remaining 4 severing mundane tiers dispersed in fright. This was a serious matter, so they naturally had to ask Zhu Mang to come. Ling Han smiled faintly, and suddenly came to an enlightenment. However, he sat down in a cross-legged position. He attempted to touch the 4th fundamental particle of heaven and earth. If he could advance to the 5th tier in a single stroke, that would really be great news. Ling Duanyun, Cheng Xixi, and the others were all astounded, thinking that Ling Han was really so relaxed. After beating others up, he actually sat back down, looking as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Go Li's expression became uglier and uglier. The greater Ling Han's strength, the more anxious he felt, constantly worrying that something would happen. Very soon, half a day had passed, and even more elites had arrived. Everyone had heard that a young man had modified Zhu Mang's sword technique, greatly increasing its might. Furthermore, he had sent 3 dividing soul tiers and 1 severing mundane tier into who knew where with a wave of his hand, and they had not returned even now. This kind of intelligence and this kind of strength were truly astonishing, such that even those great elites of Immortal Palace tier could no longer sit still. Moreover, with such a big commotion, Zhu Mang definitely couldn't sit still, and would personally step out. Everyone wanted to see how much Zhu Meng had improved after so many years. Even though everyone respected Zhu Meng's status was too out of the ordinary. What if his personality suddenly changed one day, and he had ambitions for power? Then he would be a powerful enemy. So that is Han Lin. It is said that he came with a junior of the Ling clan. Go and call that brat over, and ask him about the situation. These great elites were very interested in Ling Han, and wanted to call Ling Duanyun over to ask about the situation, but Ling Duanyun ignored all of them. In the end, it was still the Cheng clan that was clever, and sent Cheng Sisi to ask him about it. This caused Ling Duanyun to reveal some secrets, but not too much. Ling Duanyun, come here, someone shouted at Ling Duanyun. Ling Duanyun took a look, and hurriedly ran over. He said respectfully, Duanyun pays his respects to third elder. This was an old man, putting on airs. He nodded slowly, and then said, are you an idiot? That person has already attracted the calamity of death, and you are still with him? Aren't you afraid that the Ling clan will be consigned to eternal damnation as well? Idiot, you are extremely stupid. Ling Duanyun hurriedly said, third elder, this person has quite a deep relationship with our Ling clan. So what? Right now, he's already become the target of the public. We have to stay as far away from him as possible, understand? Third elder rebuked. Ling Duanyun shook his head internally, and secretly thought that third elder was short-sighted. However, this was also in line with third elder's character. That was because he was resolute in changing his surname, and thought that the surname Ling had brought them too much misfortune. Only by abandoning this surname would they have a chance of rising again. Thus, as long as Ling Han was related to the Ling clan, he would naturally want to reject him as much as possible. How could he be happy that his clan could possibly get a strong helper? He knew some secrets. To say nothing of immortal palace tier elites, even a celestial king might be unable to save the Ling clan, so it would be better to draw a clear dividing line between them. Just obediently stand here, third elder said again. Ling Duanyun nodded. He wasn't worried about Ling Han at all. After another while, a middle-aged man appeared. He was filled with an elegant bearing, looking like a pedant who had read a lot. He did not have the slightest bit of the ferocity of a cultivator, yet was still an immortal palace tier. Greetings, Lord Zhu. Many people clasped their hands respectfully. Some people even knelt down, their expressions reverent. This was Zhu Meng, the founder of the Jiannan Martial Academy and one of the strongest elites in Peaceful Leaf City. Perhaps the words, one of, could be omitted because there had long been rumors that he could advance to the ascending origin tier at any time. Zhu Man nodded at the people around him. Then, he focused his eyes on Ling Han. Sir, have we met before? He asked. Ling Han opened his eyes. He sighed. Though he had suddenly come to an enlightenment, he had still not managed to touch the fourth fundamental particle yet. No wonder it was said that advancing from the fourth tier to the fifth tier was the most difficult. Even those like Lin Yolian and Xian Chihu had all spent around an epoch's time. In fact, they had only broken through after receiving a great herb from the Genesis world of the last era, which showed how difficult it was to complete this step. Ling Han glanced at Zhu Meng, and his gaze suddenly became harsh. Killing intent rose within him, but he quickly withdrew it. We have never met before. Then it is impossible that we have any enmity? Zhu Meng continued to ask. We indeed do not, Ling Han replied with a shake of his head. Then why did you attack my disciples? Zhu Meng suddenly questioned, looking righteous. If it was another person, they might be conquered by his aura. That's right, there was no animosity between us, so why did you send his disciple flying? If one was suppressed in terms of aura, battle prowess would definitely be affected. Ling Han smiled faintly. There is no animosity between you and me, but your master is a great enemy of mine, and I will not rest until your master is dead. When these words fell, it instantly caused an uproar among the masses. Master? What did Ling Han mean? Wasn't Zhu Mang a lone cultivator? Why was Ling Han bringing up Zhu Mang's master, then? Zhu Mang was initially calm and composed, but when he heard these words, his expression changed drastically, and his heart beat like a drum. He forcibly calmed down. Absolute nonsense. Is that so? Ling Han shook his head. Then I'll force you to reveal your true form. With a light wave of his hand, he delivered a palm strike at Zhu Mang. Pang! Zhu Mang hurriedly counterattacked. The two of them exchanged a blow, yet it resulted in a tie. Ling Han smiled calmly, and delivered another palm strike. This time, his power was much greater, surpassing the level of the Immortal Palace tier. What? Sensing the terror of Ling Han's attack, those great elites of Immortal Palace tier all exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide. This was actually an Ascending Origin tier elite? Ascending Origin tier. Heavens, Peaceful Leaf City has actually produced an Ascending Origin tier great elite. Among the exclamations of these Immortal Palace tier elites, Cheng Cici's beautiful eyes involuntarily widened. She had always been a proud little princess, thinking that no one was worthy of her, but now, compared with Ling Duanyun, it was as if she was the ugly duckling. However, what was even more shocking was Zhu Mang. He also shot out a strike, which blocked Ling Han's palm strike again. Chapter 2972, 2972 An Unexpected Discovery. 2972 An Unexpected Discovery. Zhu Mang was also an Ascending Origin tier. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Although everyone was speculating about the day that Zhu Mang would advance to the Ascending Origin tier, this was only a guess, after all. Who knew how long it would take for it to be realized? But now? Zhu Mang had actually burst out with Ascending Origin tier power. How was this possible? A battle of Ascending Origin tier against Immortal Palace tier was an absolutely one-sided battle. Even if Immortal Palace tier elites were to gang up on an Ascending Origin tier elite, there would have to be at least 100 of them to be able to match one Ascending Origin tier. The problem was, there were fewer than 100 Immortal Palace tier elites in Peaceful Leaf City, so why did Zhu Mang have to keep such a low profile? Boom! The attack reverberated, turning into ripples that surged in all directions, and causing everyone's figure to sway. This was the aftermath of an Ascending Origin tier collision, which still possessed extremely great destructive power. Who exactly are you? Zhu Mang asked harshly. Ling Han smiled faintly. I should be the one asking you this question, right? Zhu Mang did not speak, and merely stared at Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head, then raised his palm, and delivered another palm strike at Zhu Mang. Boom! Endless light circulated in Zhu Mang's body, turning into streaks of celestial light. He roared loudly, and 3 streaks of iridescent light appeared around his body. A terrifying pressure swept out, and everyone felt a powerful reverence rise up from the depths of their hearts, kneeling involuntarily. Celestial King, they murmured, their expressions dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Zhu Mang was actually a Celestial King? Moreover, he was a third heaven Celestial King at that. Pang! Receiving this attack head-on, Zhu Mang's soaring aura instantly withered as if he had received a heavy blow. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Everyone was grabbing their head and exclaiming in shock. They had not yet come out of the shock of Zhu Mang being a Celestial King when they saw the scene of him being blasted and experiencing a great loss. Hiss, that was a third heaven Celestial King. Just how powerful was Ling Han? Cheng Cici looked at Ling Duanyun, the light in her eyes extremely bright, as if she had discovered an insurmountable treasure. Ling Duanyun coincidentally looked over as well, yet his heart jolted. There was actually a complicated feeling that could not be described, and it was not happiness or joy. Hong, long, long, heaven and earth shook. Thunderclouds rolled out, lightning flashing closely, yet did not strike down. Can't bear it anymore? Ling Han asked calmly. He crossed his arms behind his back and allowed Zhu Mang to raise his aura. Die. Zhu Mang charged over, bringing with him rolling black qi. His previously refined appearance had completely changed, and he looked like an evil god. Ling Han stretched out his right hand and pressed down. It seemed to be done very casually, but it was like the heavens itself was pressing down. Pa, Zhu Mang sprawled out on the ground, his limbs spread out in the Chinese character for the word big appearing to have no power to resist at all. This was an absolutely one-sided suppression. Everyone was rendered speechless. The ability displayed by Zhu Mang was getting stronger and stronger, and now he had even surpassed the third heaven of Celestial King tier, but in front of Ling Han, it was completely useless. Ling Han asked, "What is your purpose here?" Zhu Mang was sprawled out on the ground, his eyes glaring hatefully at Ling Han. "So what if you beat me? You're destined to die, ha ha ha." He laughed madly, appearing extremely crazy. "It's fine even if you don't say." "It's very easy to guess," Ling Han said calmly. "It's nothing more than brainwashing people for hysteria, and bringing calamity to all life." The first time he saw Zhu Mang, he discovered that there was an aura unique to hysteria in his body. Celestial King tier beings could not possibly deceive him. Zhu Mang's expression involuntarily changed drastically. He stared at Ling Han, and asked, "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" "The person who ultimately will bury hysteria." Ling Han suddenly moved. Pa, he killed Zhu Mang with a single slap. Boom, heaven and earth grieved together. A celestial king had died, and even the heavens were moved. However, there was an indescribable joy in everyone's hearts, which was incredibly strange. This was because Zhu Mang was not only a celestial king, but also had certain factors of hysteria, which caused the reactions of heaven and earth to be extremely strange. Ling Han looked towards the horizon. From the look of things, though hysteria was devouring the flaming frost realm, its actions had not stopped as a result of that. It was still extremely active, and continuously moved in secret. Even though Zhu Mang couldn't withstand a single blow from Ling Han, he was still a celestial king, after all. He was powerful enough to influence countless people. For example, look at Peaceful Leaf City, who knew how many people admired Zhu Mang and saw him as their idol. When Zhu Mang gathered them with a holler, the masses who did not know the truth could very possibly be tricked. This was only a Peaceful Leaf City. How many other cities like Peaceful Leaf City were there in the entire profound negative realm? Ling Han took a deep breath. He had not thought that what was only an impulsive decision would actually allow him to uncover a seed that hysteria had planted. A powerful sense of urgency rose up in his heart. It was clear that hysteria was speeding up its invasion. The Genesis world no longer had any high-level dimensions. If the profound negative realm fell as well, hysteria's invasion would be unstoppable, and the Genesis world would also completely fall. 7th tier, he needed 7th tier strength. Ling Han sighed internally. He felt that he should abandon everything else in order to be able to communicate with the 4th fundamental particle as soon as possible, but the present situation was so dangerous, so how could he relax? By the looks of it, he had to place his hopes on the core of the flaming frost realm. It was very likely that this would allow a 6th tier elite to advance into the 7th tier. Then, if he obtained it, it should not be too difficult for him to advance to the 5th tier. Senior. Milord. Everyone knelt on the ground. They were all looking at Ling Han in reverence. This man had destroyed a celestial king tier with a single gesture. He was inconceivably strong. Ling Han pressed down his hand, erasing everyone's short-term memory. At present, Ling Han still didn't want to reveal his identity. Let's go. He left with Ling Duanyun, and decided to nurture Ling Duanyun in a short period of time. At the very least, Ling Duanyun should be able to establish himself in peaceful Leaf City. Then, Ling Han would leave, and he planned to obtain the core of the Flaming Frost Realm, while the task of searching for other members of the Ling clan would be left to Ling Duanyun. Ling Han couldn't do everything himself, after all. Ling Duanyun began to cultivate like he had gone to hell. In the next 300 years, who knew how many layers of skin he had shed, but his strength had really been tempered. He had advanced to the Immortal Palace tier, and his foundations were also incredibly sturdy. Ling Han left. He first had to meet Zhou Heng, Chu Hao, and the others, and find out what exactly had happened to the Ling clan all these years. It was naturally impossible for ordinary people to know where the 6th-tier heavenly venerates lived. Ling Han had also gone through a lot of trouble to finally find out where Zhou Heng was. It was enough to know where one of them was. Ling Han didn't have the Empress and Hunyo travel with him. Instead, he headed to the Zhou clan by himself. If anything happened, it would be extremely easy for him to leave. The current encounter with the Ling clan's descendants caused a sliver of wariness to rise up in Ling Han, though he was more willing to believe in the character of Zhou Heng. He didn't hide his tracks. After arriving at the Zhou clan, he released his aura and sent out a notification. Chapter 2973, 2973 News of his children. 2973 News of his children. You have finally come. Zhou Heng appeared with a light sigh. Ling Han nodded, clasped his hands, and said, "Greetings, Senior." Zhou Heng's eyes sharpened, and he asked, "Were you the one who killed the 7 6th-tier elites who entered the Genesis world of the last era?" Ling Han nodded, and then shook his head. "I only killed Yu Borong. The other 6 weren't killed by me." Zhou Heng's expression immediately softened. He was aware of the enmity between Yu Borong and Ling Han, and it was destined that they couldn't get along peacefully. He then frowned, and asked, "Then whom were the other 6 people killed by?" "A mysterious 7th tier." Ling Han recounted the events regarding Juhua. When Zhou Heng heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Another 7th-tier elite had actually appeared, and it was highly possible that she was Hysteria's subordinate. 7th tier was too terrifying, undying and indestructible. If Hysteria really had such a helper, who knew what kind of consequences would follow? It should be known that when a 7th-tier elite battled, even a transcendent dimension would slowly be shattered into pieces. Strange. Zhou Heng murmured. In all these years, there hasn't been any news about this woman at all. If it weren't for the fact that you were the one who told me about this, I would really find it hard to believe. Ling Han was also surprised. After Juhua went on a killing spree and killed 6 6th-tier heavenly venerates, she suddenly disappeared? That was a 7th tier we were talking about. If she was really Hysteria's subordinate, then what great matter was she scheming for with such forbearance? That's right. What happened to those friends and family of mine? Ling Han recalled the main reason he had come to seek Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng sighed softly. After you hear this, you must control your emotions. Ling Han instantly felt a sense of unease. Boom, the space around him collapsed, and endless karmic flames blazed, showing the storm of emotions in his heart at this moment. Zhou Heng hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Jinxue, Ling Shi, and the others are all fine." With these words, Ling Han finally calmed down, and waited quietly for Zhou Heng to finish his words. After you left the realm battlefield that day, someone did indeed propose to capture your family and use them to force you out. However, Master stopped them, Zhou Heng said. However, it was later rumored that you killed 7 6th-tier heavenly venerates. After that, the various lords such as Shatter Mountains, Chong Yen, and the others didn't give Master any more face, and apprehended your children and descendants. Fortunately, Master threatened them with Feng Wuding's life, forcing those lords to only imprison Jianxue and the others, not daring to cause any further damage. What happened next could be imagined by Ling Han. A portion of descendants of the Ling clan escaped this tribulation, but because there were no elites in the clan, and adding the persecution of other forces, they were forced to separate, and the situation became worse and worse. Shatter Mountains, Chong Yen. Ling Han said word by word, his face filled with killing intent. He swore that he would definitely kill these 7th tiers. Humph, hadn't the Yellow Sand Heavenly Venerate died as well? The impact of the Genesis world's destruction was enough to kill a 7th tier. Even if the physical body was not damaged, the spirit would still dissipate, and it would be equivalent to death. Even if Ling Han possessed the battle prowess of the 7th tier, he would not be able to kill a 7th tier. On the contrary, he would only be killed by a 7th tier, because his physique had not reached the level of being indestructible. However, when he advanced to the 6th tier and 7th tier, it would be a different story. The powers of dimension in his body would become stronger and stronger, and a single strike would be equivalent to the riot of the entire Genesis world. Killing a 7th tier was definitely not wishful thinking. Ling Han asked, "Where are Jianxue and the others imprisoned?" "Western Clouds Heaven, 100 Frost Valley," Zhou Heng said. "However, don't try to rescue them." The reason why Chong Yen and the others didn't kill them was firstly because of Master's threat, and secondly to draw you out. "If you go, you'll be walking into a trap." Ling Han nodded. "I would not be so rash." Damn it, his own children were imprisoned, and he could only watch helplessly. Strength, everything was because he was not strong enough. If he now had the strength of a 7th tier, he could completely barge into the 100 Frost Valley to save them, so what would there be to fear? Zhou Heng glanced at him, and said, "If you want to save them, you have to possess 7th tier battle prowess, and even a freak like you would have to advance to the 5th tier first. Currently, the fastest way for you to advance to the 5th tier is to obtain the Flaming Frost Realm's core." Ling Han was surprised. "Senior, could it be that you don't need it? According to the deduction of the 7th tiers, this could possibly give a 6th tier a chance to reach the peak stage. Thus, this dimensional core should also be extremely important to Zhou Heng." A confident expression appeared on Zhou Heng's face, and he said, "Junior brother Chu and I should be able to advance to the 7th tier within 100 million years." Ling Han faltered for a moment before immediately breaking into a smile. "Congratulations, Senior Zhou. Congratulations to Senior Chu." Whether it was Zhou Heng, Chu Hao, Lin Xiaoyang, or Lin Luo, they had all treated Ling Han very well. Now that Zhou Heng and Chu Hao were finally about to advance to the 7th tier, Ling Han was naturally overjoyed. Zhou Heng nodded, and said, "After junior brother Chu and I advance to the 7th tier, we should be able to relieve some of the pressure. However, hysteria has swallowed the Flaming Frost Realm, so even if it doesn't obtain the core, its strength will have increased exponentially. The situation is still extremely disadvantageous to us. Thus, the real hope is still on you." When Ling Han was in the 4th tier, he could already kill 6th tier elites, and when he reached the 5th tier, he should be able to match 7th tier elites. Then, what about when he reached the 6th tier or 7th tier? Ling Han nodded. "I will definitely not disappoint Senior's expectations." He paused, and then asked, "When can we seize the dimensional core?" "Within 1 billion years, Zhou Heng replied. "All right." Ling Han left the Zhou clan, and no longer thought about his son and daughter. It was not that he did not miss or care about them, but rather that he was at his wits' end at present. Every time he thought of them, it would only cause him anxiety and heartache. He returned to the peaceful Leaf City and focused on teaching his descendant. Meanwhile, he also deduced more heavenly venerable seals. If he could obtain more combination seals, his battle prowess would become even more powerful. He managed to find Wally. In the field of deduction, Wally was a grandmaster. Wally still hadn't advanced to the heavenly venerable tier yet. However, Ling Han had a feeling that Wally seemed to have taken a different path of evolution, and his future prospects might be unimaginable. After charging Ling Han with a large pile of divine metals, Wally began to deduce the heavenly venerable seals with him. He did not know cultivation, but it was precisely because of this that he could not be bound by any kind of restriction. He possessed a wild imagination, and was also incredibly rigorous. The two of them worked together. Wally gave Ling Han a lot of inspiration, and also corrected a lot of steps made in a wrong direction for him. Ling Han deduced more and more heavenly venerable seals. They were all 7th grade seals because he wanted to gather the complete set of 111 seals. 500 million years had passed, and he had succeeded. This was an inconceivable duration. With merely 500 million years, others might not even be able to deduce a single seal even if they spent an epoch's time, but Ling Han had deduced a few dozen. Firstly, this was because of Wally, and secondly, it was because Ling Han had too many dimensions inside his body, which allowed him to stand higher than the average person. Right at this moment, there was news that the core of the Flaming Frost realm was about to appear. Chapter 2974, 2974 Heavenly Venerates Assemble. 2974 Heavenly Venerates Assemble. After so many years of being devoured, the core of the Flaming Frost realm was finally going to show itself. This would undoubtedly trigger a massive battle. To the whole Genesis world, it didn't matter who obtained the core of the dimension, as long as it wasn't going to be Hysteria. However, who didn't want such a treasured item? It didn't matter who it was. As long as they were a heavenly venerate, their cultivation would increase greatly if they obtained the core. Even a 6th tier could potentially break through to the 7th tier. It was evident that the fight for the core would cause plenty of chaos and bloodshed. However, to even be able to fight for the core, one had to be within the Flaming Frost realm. With the Flaming Frost realm being taken over by Hysteria, this meant that anyone who wanted a shot had to enter Hysteria's domain, which caused their strength to be reduced greatly, all the while battling Hysteria and its mighty forces. How dangerous would that be? Even a 6th tier heavenly venerate would be easily killed. Fortunately, there would be 7th tier heavenly venerates this time around as well. They were undying and invincible, so they were naturally not afraid of Hysteria's strength. Ling Han stood up. He was finally going to turn things around. "Ancestor, you are making your move?" Ling Duanyun asked. He knew about Ling Han wanting to fight for the core of the dimension. Ling Han nodded. "You should hurry up and locate the other Ling clan descendants." "Yes," Ling Duanyun replied courteously. Under Ling Han's careful guidance, he was now a 9th heaven celestial king, but it would still be a long way before he became a heavenly venerate. Among all of Ling Han's descendants, he was definitely one of the more talented ones. However, how could it be that easy to become a heavenly venerate? Moreover, he also had let go of Cheng Sisi, and focused solely on his martial arts. It was because he gradually realized Cheng Sisi was not suitable for him. Ling Han bid goodbye to the Empress and Hunyo. This time, he was going to head into Hysteria's territory, making it too dangerous to bring the two women along. Not even a heavenly venerate tool would be completely reliable in front of Hysteria's strength. Not to mention, Chong Yen and the others would be going after Ling Han as well, making things even more difficult. One could say that Ling Han was going into the belly of the beast. He was positive that Chong Yen and the rest were going to support Feng Wuding as well. This meant that he would be facing 5 7th tier heavenly venerates. Even if Ling Han had deduced all the 7th grade heavenly venerable seals, and could raise his strength by a frightening 2,000 times over, would it be enough to challenge a 7th tier? He shook his head. He might be able to take one blow if he tried really hard, or perhaps not even that. Still, this was a rare opportunity for him. Whether or not he could break through to the 5th tier as soon as possible relied on him obtaining the core of the dimension. He departed, breaking into the void. After a short journey, he ripped open space and entered the flaming frost realm. Using the resonance from the powers of dimension, it was easy for him to enter the flaming frost realm. However, the flaming frost realm itself had drastically changed since the last time he set foot inside. It was now similar to those dimensions from the Genesis world of the last era, with destruction rampant in every corner and the ground filled with unfathomably deep fissures. The skies were just as bad, with stars cascading down like waterfalls. It was a shocking sight to behold. Upon arriving, Ling Han was extremely careful because this was the dwelling place of the strongest entity in the universe. If Ling Han were to fight against Hysteria's main body, he would definitely be vaporized in a second. Even if he had the battle prowess of a peak 6th tier, he would still be unable to compete against a 7th tier. It wasn't just because it would take at least a 7th tier to match Hysteria in strength, but because they had indestructible bodies, and could not be killed, only subdued. Ling Han kept his presence to a minimum, and changed his appearance. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't wish to fight or step into the void. Time slowly passed as he sat motionlessly on a big rock, sensing the change that was about to happen to this dimension. This dimension was about to die. Ling Han felt a sense of pity deep down. He possessed a fundamental power from the flaming frost realm in his body, which had now coalesced into a medium-level dimension. As such, it was no exaggeration to say that he could clearly feel the sadness that perpetuated the heaven and earth. No one was willing to die, and that included entire dimensions. However, there was no saving it. Hysteria's encroachment had already pushed it to the brink of destruction. The core of the dimension would soon be revealed and subsequently refined. At that moment, the flaming frost realm would be gone completely. Even though Ling Han was also here to fight for the core of the dimension, he also started to feel some sympathy for the flaming frost realm. This was once a transcendent dimension, but now it was on the brink of destruction. It was a real shame. I can only promise you that I will do my best to obtain the core of the dimension, Ling Han said. Boom! This dimension was constantly rumbling. What had once been a prosperous and massive realm had now lost over 99% of its structure under the constant corruption of Hysteria. Eventually, the core of the dimension would have nowhere left to hide and be forced to show itself. As the land itself was constantly shrinking, Ling Han had no choice but to change locations repeatedly, edging ever closer towards the center of the realm. About 6 months had passed, and the flaming frost realm was now only about the size of a city. To a normal person, this was still a very large area. However, to a heavenly venerate, it was pitifully small. They were able to capture everything with a single glance. Ling Han saw many of his old friends, such as Lin Yolian, Xin Chihu, and Wu Haoyang, as well as Feng Wuding. Aside from them, there were plenty of other 6th tiers and 5th tiers. Even 3rd tiers and 4th tiers had come in droves. Evidently, the core of the dimension was an irresistible temptation to all. It didn't matter how dangerous it was. Even these elites who stood at the peak of the world were willing to risk their lives for it. However, none of the 7th tiers had shown themselves yet. It was likely they were still battling against Hysteria in the shadows. Otherwise, Hysteria wouldn't have let all these people just stand here quietly. As the land area continued to shrink with each passing day, everyone knew that the final battle was upon them. 1. A terrifying aura descended from above. A man of massive stature stood on high, emanating a massive presence capable of suppressing the entire realm. The Shatter Mountain's heavenly venerate. He swept a glance across the crowd, pausing slightly on each individual before moving to the next. However, when his gaze fell upon Ling Han, he stopped for a long while, seemingly in thought. You. He pointed at Ling Han, and continued, I must say, you are bold to show yourself here. Did he recognize me? Ling Han denied it in his mind. Not even a 7th tier would be able to see through his disguise. However, a 7th tier was still no ordinary person. It would be incredibly easy for them to tell if someone was in disguise. And other than him, who else would there be that needed to hide their faces? Since his cover was blown, Ling Han took off his disguise, and replied bluntly, "Why should I be afraid to show myself? It's not like you own the place. What a bossy man you are." Gasps of astonishment echoed across the crowd when Ling Han revealed his face. He was extremely famous now for having killed 7 6th tiers in a row. How many people here would be able to do that? Other than the few 7th tier heavenly venerates, that is. Ling Han. Feng Wuding shouted. He immediately charged forward and launched an attack at Ling Han. After so many years, his cultivation had improved drastically, and was now at the peak of the 4th tier. However, like Ling Han, he still had not broken through to the 5th tier. And without the red great herb, there was no way he would be able to break through in the foreseeable future. He despised Ling Han, and wanted to defeat him with his own hands to prove that he was the real son of destiny. Chapter 2975, 2975 resolved with a single punch. 2975 resolved with a single punch. Feng Wuding charged over murderously. After so many years of accumulation, Feng Wuding had become even more terrifying. He had already transformed all 100 powers of dimension in his body into real dimensions and strengthened them to his current limit. He went all out, and 10 seals shone as soon as he attacked, emitting endless pressure. 10 first-grade seals, and they were all combination seals, increasing his battle prowess by almost 600 times. Moreover, the 100 dimensions were all extremely close to the level of high-level dimensions, emitting a terrifying might that could suppress the heavens. Once such an ultimate move was used, perhaps 99% of 6th tier heavenly venerates could only retreat, not daring to face it head-on. The current Feng Wuding was brimming with confidence. He believed that he could definitely suppress Ling Han and obtain the first victory in the series of battles between the two of them. Meanwhile, heavenly venerate Shatter Mountains did not make another move. The 5 of them 7th tiers seemed to have a special kind of affection for Feng Wuding. Thus, even though he clearly wanted to kill Ling Han as well, he was willing to fulfill Feng Wuding's wish and use Ling Han's defeat to establish Feng Wuding's reputation as the #1 prodigy. Boom! With boundless killing intent and might, Feng Wuding had already appeared right in front of Ling Han. The entire world was in an uproar. The battle prowess of the peak stage of the 6th tier was fully displayed, indescribably powerful. Even supreme prodigies like Lin Yolian, Xian Chihu, Wu Haoyang, and Bai Meifen felt dazzled. This was truly too powerful. Feng Wuding's original power was infinitely close to the peak of the 6th tier, and with the addition of 10 first-grade combination seals and the suppression of 100 dimensions, how could anyone block this? Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would only be barely qualified to fight back. They definitely wouldn't be able to take it head-on. They would need to drag it out until Feng Wuding's combination seals completed their energy release. Only then would they truly be able to fight him. As expected of the Son of Destiny chosen by the Genesis world of the last era. He was too terrifying. How could Ling Han block it? Everyone's gaze turned towards Ling Han, and their expressions were complicated. On the one hand, they hoped that Ling Han could win. After all, Ling Han was the representative of their generation's Genesis world. However, on the other hand, Ling Han seemed to be Hysteria subordinate, so it was absolutely inappropriate for them to hope that he could win. Ling Han smiled faintly, and shook his head. At the present moment, was there anyone who could still be a match for him within the 6th tier? That had to be a joke. He raised his fist, and threw a punch at Feng Wuding. It was light and nonchalant, without a trace of anger. Pang! Feng Wuding's attack was immediately blocked, and he was sent flying backward. Cracks immediately appeared on the 100 dimensions that were released, and they almost collapsed. What? Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even if they couldn't believe it, they had no choice but to believe it when seeing Feng Wuting had turned into a rolling gourd and rolled several hundred meters on the ground before coming to a halt. Although he managed to get up, his body was covered in blood, while his skin and flesh were lacerated. He looked extremely miserable. Looking at Ling Han's extremely relaxed and skillful manner, it seemed that as long as he wanted to, he would be able to blast Feng Wuting into smithereens with just a little more force. Such an assured manner? Hiss. Feng Wuting found this the most unacceptable. He had already fine-tuned himself to his optimal state, and considered himself to be the strongest beneath the 7th tier. However, when he was really up against Ling Han, he finally realized that 6th tier battle prowess could still be this fierce. He was filled with resentment. Since the heavens had given birth to him, Feng Wuting, why was there another Ling Han? Wuting, there's no need to be discouraged, the heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains said calmly. This despicable brat is Hysteria's subordinate, so it's not surprising that he knows some strange techniques. As long as you cultivate diligently, once you advance to the 7th tier, you will be able to suppress even Hysteria. Why would you need to take it to heart about this small loss today? I'll help you erase this internal demon. He made his move, and boom, his right hand stretched out, and boundless fundamental power condensed into a huge hand of the heavens that slapped towards Ling Han. Even if Ling Han had the strongest battle prowess of the 6th tier, when faced with this attack from the 7th tier, his expression could only change. Could he block it? Ling Han didn't know, if he were to unleash all of his 7th grade seals, and then release all of his dimensions, perhaps he might be able to block the attack for a while. However, this price was too great. If the dimension was to collapse, it would have been fine as he could repair it over a period of time, but if some of them were to be completely annihilated, then they would disappear forever. He couldn't take it head-on. Ling Han was just about to tear a rip into the void and leave, but another large hand reached over and forcefully pressed down the large hand that Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains had struck out. Lin Luo, it's you again. Shatter Mountains Heavenly Venerate said menacingly. You actually dare to protect Hysteria's people. Are you trying to betray us? Hee, everyone knows what kind of person I am. Why would I be afraid of you slandering me? Lin Luo's voice sounded, but his true body did not appear. Don't forget that our mission is to stall Hysteria. Whoever can obtain the Dimension Core will depend on their own luck. You've already crossed the line. The Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' expression turned ugly. In their previous agreement, it was indeed as Lin Luo had said, the 7th tier Heavenly Venerates would hold back Hysteria and create an opportunity for the others. However, the problem was that he had previously thought that Feng Wuting had been invincible against anyone below 7th tier, so it naturally hadn't mattered as the core of this dimension definitely would have belonged to Feng Wuting. But now? Feng Wuting was actually not a match for a single punch from Ling Han, so how could Shatter Mountains leave? If Ling Han was allowed to obtain the dimensional core and use it to advance to the 5th tier, and thereafter possess the battle prowess of 7th tier, then what would happen in the future? Kill him. He must be killed. He sent out a signal and contacted Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen and the others, asking them to hold Lin Luo back. 7th tier Heavenly Venerates were immortal and indestructible, but they could be held back, or, in fact, even suppressed. Today, this despicable brat must die, the Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain said, brazenly attacking again. Lin Luo's large hand still stretched out to block, but just as he reached out, a booming sound was heard. Friend Lin, you should just watch from the sidelines. Boom! A third hand reached out, causing the heavens to tremble. It was Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen. Lin Luo's large hand was blocked. To be able to advance to the 7th tier, which one of them wasn't an emperor among prodigies, a prodigy among overlords, who would be weaker than the other? Shatter Mountain's large hand continued to swat at Ling Han, but right at this moment, the fourth person made his move. Peng, a fist smashed into Shatter Mountain's large hand, shattering it. A strike that could shatter a 7th tier's attack? Then it had to have been a 7th tier who made such a move. Who was it? Bai Fan's figure appeared. Shatter Mountains, Chong Yen, both of you have crossed the line. Crossed the line? Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains laughed coldly. How could we have crossed the line when we are eliminating traitors? On the other hand, it's you all who are being too emotional. If this brat advances another step further, it will be too late for regrets. There's no need to waste your breath arguing with him. Attack! A cold voice rang out. It was the Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper. His figure appeared, followed by Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather and Heavenly Venerate Half Moon. The 7th tier Heavenly Venerates of the Genesis world of the last era had all completely shown up. Lin Luo couldn't help but fly into a rage. You all really don't have any sense of the bigger picture. You actually came all the way here. How can Brother Xian and the other two stop hysteria? It doesn't matter. Killing this brat will only take an instant. It won't be too late for us to go back, Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper said indifferently, seemingly unconcerned. Chapter 2976, 2976 Fighting for the Core of the Dimension. 2976 Fighting for the Core of the Dimension. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains laughed coldly as he struck out once more. All the 7th tiers from the Genesis world of the last era were here now. And with just Lin Luo and Bai Fan, how could they be stopped? Ling Han was a dead man. Lin Luo struck, but was blocked by Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen. Meanwhile, Bai Fan's blow was stopped by Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper. Who else was there? Wang. A figure appeared out of nowhere, punching back at Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' giant hand, and causing it to disintegrate immediately. This was another 7th tier? Yes, it was Xian Fu. Ling Han was shocked. Why would Xian Fu help him? Back in the realm battlefield, Xian Fu had always accused him of being a traitor. Moreover, Ling Han was an old rival of Xian Chihu. As such, Xian Fu was the least likely 7th tier to help him out. However, events did turn out as such, and Xian Fu actually was helping Ling Han out at a very crucial time. Xian Fu. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains barked angrily. He never understood him all this while. Xian Fu had clearly been antagonistic to Ling Han on the surface, yet he was helping them out time and again. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains was utterly confused. Xian Fu smiled. A moment has passed. Should you all not be returning now? Humph, if I don't kill that brat, I swear that I am less than a man. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains declared. It was absolutely humiliating for him to have had his doppelganger destroyed by Ling Han. Die. He struck out, but this time he wasn't sending a palm strike from afar, he was directly going after Ling Han. Chong Yen guarded against Lin Luo, Big Dipper guarded against Bai Fan, and Half Moon guarded against Xian Fu. Who else was there to save Ling Han? Let me have a go at it. A cheerful laughter resounded as a slender figure appeared out of nowhere and charged straight at Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. Boom! Both sides struck out, generating a terrifying energy shock wave from the clash. The mystery person flew backwards from the blast, but Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' blow was stopped as well. Who was this person? Everyone looked at the figure, and couldn't help revealing expressions of shock. Soon, their surprise was replaced with a sense of astonishment and excitement. What did it mean for Zhou Heng to be able to stop this blow? It meant that he was now a 7th tier. Otherwise, no matter how strong a 6th tier could be, there was no stopping an attack from a 7th tier. It was clear that Zhou Heng had just broken through to the 7th tier, which was why his power was weaker. However, 7th tiers were indestructible, so what did it matter if his power was weaker? Even though everyone knew it was a matter of time before Zhou Heng would break through to the 7th tier, they were still shocked to see that he had actually done it. Another 7th tier was born to the Genesis world. This was naturally something to rejoice about. So what if you've broken through to the 7th tier? I can still defeat you with one hand, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain said coldly. He wasn't lying. Even though 7th tiers were indestructible, there was still a great difference in strength. What if I join the mix then? Chu Hao's voice echoed as he slowly approached. His body was wrapped in flames, just like an invincible being. You broke through to the 7th tier as well. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain's expression finally changed. He had never expected this to happen. In just a little over 10 billion years, there were two who broke through to the 7th tier outside of his knowledge. Chu Hao smiled, and said, Senior Brother Zhou and I are but newly inducted juniors in front of French Shatter Mountains. This is why we've so boldly decided to team up and receive some teachings from French Shatter Mountains. Shatter Mountain's Heavenly Venerate's expression was gloomy. If it was just Zhou Heng or Chu Hao, he would be confident of defeating them easily. The problem was that there were two of them now. Even though both of them had just broken through to the 7th tier, and their battle prowess had yet to reach the peak, their strength was still at an equal rank with his. How could he possibly take such a situation lightly? Can I still kill Ling Han? Difficult. Much too difficult. All he wanted was to kill a puny little 4th tier. Why did it have to be so hard? Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains no longer attacked. Even though they still had a slight advantage on the surface, it was only a matter of time before Wu Jihong and Heavenly Venerate Blood Rainbow would show up as well. They were the ones who would be at a disadvantage by then. As such, it didn't matter if they continued to attack or not. Shua. At this moment, a massive black figure appeared out of nowhere, bringing forth an indescribable pressure. Hysteria. There were only two 7th tiers fighting against Hysteria then. How could they possibly stop the number 1 elite? Hysteria's intent was clear. It wanted to eliminate every single person present with a single blow. This was no bold claim. Hysteria was much too powerful. If there was another tier above the 7th tier, then that would make Hysteria an 8th tier. The only reason Hysteria was momentarily stopped was because 7th tiers had an indestructible body, and could use superior numbers to their advantage. Everyone else posed no threat at all, so who could stop Hysteria? Lin Luo and the other 7th tiers all shouted as they attacked the giant tentacle. Pang! As both sides clashed, a terrible energy storm erupted. That was not something even a 6th tier could get involved in, and they all hurriedly escaped the chaos. Ultimately, Hysteria's attack was blocked. Ling Han witnessed everything with his own eyes, and couldn't contain his shock. He had a rough idea of how powerful a 7th tier was, and yet even with 10 of them joining hands, it was only enough to block a single blow from Hysteria. Hysteria was simply too powerful. It was no wonder that the coalition army was consistently beaten back by it. Boom, boom, boom. The intense battle erupted, and Hysteria exerted its full force, with nothing to be concerned about. Against such an elite, not even Ling Han could muster up any resistance. The best he could do was run as far away as he could from the center of the battle. Wu Jihong and Heavenly Venerate Blood Rainbow had also arrived by then, and all 12 7th tiers joined hands to combat Hysteria. Under the terrifying explosions, the final vestiges of the Flaming Frost Realm were soon ripped to pieces as well. A bright light suddenly shone, illuminating the cold dark world. The core of the dimension. Everyone was taken aback at first, but they soon came to their senses. Before this, it had been near impossible for one to get close to the core of a transcendent dimension, as it would be able to manipulate the entirety of the energy of heaven and earth. This was much too terrifying. Even though a 7th tier had an indestructible body, there were still limits to their strength, and they would be blocked outside. But now, the flaming frost realm was practically gone. So what if the core of the dimension was still here? There was nothing for it to work with anymore. And since it couldn't manipulate the energy of heaven and earth, it could only be used to nourish the strength of cultivators. Naturally, even though the core of the dimension was in a weakened state, it was still not something anyone could get close to. They had to be a heavenly venerate at least, otherwise they would be crushed to bits instantly by the intense energy. Take it. Everyone clearly knew that their objective here was the core of the dimension. Now that the treasure was in sight, why would they still need to be courteous? The fight for the core of the dimension began. No matter who it was, they were going all out to try and escape with the core of the dimension. However, the energy storms here had formed a natural barrier. Moreover, the area around it was in complete chaos. Everyone could only watch in vain as the ball of light danced in the air, unable to get close. Naturally, Ling was pulling all the stops to take it as well. Rightfully, there shouldn't be anyone to contend with him. However, Chongyan, Shatter Mountains, and the rest were still out to get him, and would launch an attack at him from time to time. Even though they weren't seriously attacking, how could Ling possibly risk taking it lightly? As the chaos ensued, a black figure appeared out of nowhere. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever she went, the people nearby instantly burst into bits. 6th tiers were also no exception. She charged straight at the core of the dimension with no one able to stop her. Chapter 2977, 2977 Fragments. 2977 Fragments. Ling eyes instantly narrowed. That was Zhu Hua. Who would have thought that she would suddenly appear at this time after disappearing for so many years? She was obviously already a 7th tier, so what was the point of seeking a dimensional core? 7th tier, the pinnacle of the world. Even if she were to obtain the most precious thing in the world, it would be impossible for her to advance any further. Hysteria was so impressive and awesome because it was too unique, having manifested as a dimension, which was why it had the ability to suppress 7th tier elites. Even if others wanted to give up their living bodies and become a dimension as well, it would be impossible. What was a 7th tier fighting for the dimensional core for? However, such a move by Zhu Hua immediately made her a target. All the 7th tiers, including Hysteria, attacked her. Even though Zhu Hua, being a 7th tier, was immortal and indestructible, when faced with attacks from so many 7th tiers, she could only be sent flying. However, the force of her grab had already shot out, smashing into the dimension core. Peng, how astonishing was the strength of a 7th tier. Without the protection of a dimension, the dimension core appeared incomparably fragile, exploding with a single strike. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. Some were as big as fists, while others were smaller than grains of rice. This scene was extremely unexpected, but it only took an instant for everyone to fly out and chase after the core fragments. What, it's you. When Chong Yen and the other 7th tiers of the older generation looked at Zhu Hua, all of them revealed shocked expressions. For 7th tier ultimate elites, so what if the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, or the universe was destroyed? They were indestructible and immortal, so they would always remain calm and collected. Even if Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' doppelganger had been destroyed by Ling there would only be boundless anger. But now, the 5 ultimate elites all looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was too rare. Extermination, they cried out in disbelief. What? Ling was flying out in pursuit of a dimensional core fragment, but when he heard these 5 people's exclamations, he almost stumbled and fell. Zhu Hua, was extermination? Was this possible? If Zhu Hua was extermination, then what was the present hysteria? And if Zhu Huo was not extermination, would all 5 7th-tier ultimate elites recognize the wrong person at the same time? Boom! Zhu Huo didn't reply. She only responded with a terrifying attack. Loud explosions rang out one after another, and Ling Han couldn't hear anything. He could naturally charge back and listen to the following conversation, but how could he have the time to do so now? In just an instant, Ling Han put aside his curiosity, and continued to chase after the dimensional core fragment that had bounced away in front of him. He had to race against time. There were simply too many competitors here. As long as he slowed down a bit, it was guaranteed that he would not be able to obtain anything. Chase. Ling Han's speed was extremely high, but that core fragment had been sent flying by a 7th tier, and its initial speed far surpassed his. In an instant, it had already disappeared from his field of vision, leaving Ling Han with no choice but to chase after it by following the trajectory of its flight. Behind him, the battle among 7th-tier ultimate elites was currently unfolding with great vigor, and for the time being, no one had the time to spare. Ling Han traveled for half a day before the dimension core fragment finally appeared in front of him. It was only the size of a fist, and its light radiated brilliantly in the vacuum, making it very conspicuous. Obviously, its speed had slowed down. Otherwise, how could Ling Han possibly catch up to it? Just a little more. Ling Han continued to give chase. He was only about 9 meters away when, shwa, a dark whip-like shadow suddenly whisked towards him. This was Hysteria's doppelganger. "Humph, I'm not afraid of you now," Ling Han said calmly as he clenched his fist and punched out towards his opponent. In the past, he had encountered Hysteria's doppelganger several times, and he had fled in a miserable state each time. However, now that his battle prowess was already at the peak stage of 6th tier, he naturally had nothing to fear. Pung! Ling Han punched at the whip-like shadow, and a terrifying power instantly rebounded back, causing his body to pause for a moment. However, Hysteria's tentacle was also trembling violently, and was similarly in a tough situation. Ling Han took a deep breath. After all, this was Hysteria. Even if it was just a doppelganger, it was no weaker than him. Let's fight. His fighting spirit surged. After so many years of cultivation, he finally no longer had to fear Hysteria even if it was just one of its doppelgangers. Pung, pung, pung. He was engaged in a fierce battle with Hysteria's tentacle. All 7th-grade seals were being channeled. He had to kill Hysteria's doppelganger as soon as possible and snatch the dimensional core fragment. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Ling Han went all out, and with the enhancement of the heavenly venerable seals, his strength instantly soared by 2,000 times, and the dimensions in his body were all released, reaching as many as about 1,000. Such battle prowess was truly terrifying, and he was definitely the number one below the 7th tier. Facing such a powerful Ling Han, even Hysteria was no match for him. This doppelganger was quickly destroyed. Ling Han put away the dimensions and stopped channeling the heavenly venerable seals. He once again started to chase after the dimension core fragment. He quickly caught sight of another person chasing over from a certain distance on the side, and his target was the core fragment ahead of him. A competitor? Ling Han was unafraid. As long as one wasn't a 7th tier, no one could compete with him. When this person got closer, Ling Han revealed killing intent. That was Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows. Among the people who wanted to interrogate him for colluding with the enemy, the 10,000 Shadows, Golden Silk Moth, and Yuborong were the ones who danced the most happily. Now, Yuborong had already been killed by him, and Ling Han had no intention of letting the Golden Silk Moth and 10,000 Shadows off the hook. Of course he had to take revenge. What was there to be polite about? The core fragment in front of him was already nearly within his reach. Ling Han stretched out his hand to grab it, and put it away thereafter. Hand over, Heavenly Venerate 10,000 Shadows called out from behind, but when he discovered that the person in front of him was Ling Han, he turned around and left without another word. This was truly decisive. Ling Han was astounded. He hadn't expected the 10,000 Shadows to be so cowardly. However, when Ling Han thought about it again, he had sent Foam Wooding flying with a single strike. There was no one else with such abilities. The 10,000 Shadows clearly knew that Ling Han was so powerful, so how could it be that he would come over to court death? It wasn't like he and Ling Han were good friends. Being able to advance to 6th tier, how was it possible that he could not take things as they came? Moreover, this was only one of the core fragments. It wasn't as if there was no chance at all if he couldn't obtain this fragment. A 6th tier was extremely fast, and the 10,000 Shadows moved very swiftly, not giving Ling Han any chance to pursue him at all. A smile gradually appeared on the corners of Ling Han's lips. So what if he ran away? As long as he had 7th tier battle prowess, wouldn't killing 10,000 Shadows be a matter within arm's reach? Brat! With a furious roar, the sky shattered, and a terrifying power surged over Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. He was actually charging over towards him. Old man! Ling Han cursed inwardly. This old fellow didn't go and properly deal with hysteria, but actually came to deal with him specifically? How narrow-minded. However, he immediately tore a rip into the void without the slightest hesitation. As long as he had 7th tier battle prowess, he would be able to enter the depths of the Genesis world of the last era and obtain an endless amount of great herbs, allowing his cultivation level to rapidly advance to the 6th tier, or even 7th tier. At that time, beating up Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains would naturally be child's play. Let's go. Ling Han was also extremely decisive, and immediately fled into the void. Very quickly, he used the powers of dimension in his body to guide him back to the profound negative realm. Chapter 2978, 2978 5th tier. 2978 5th tier. Ling Han sought the Empress and Hunyo to tell them that he would be going into seclusion. As he would not leave until he was at the 5th tier, he naturally had to inform them of his absence. After that, he began his cultivation. He took out the dimensional core fragment, and placed his hand on top of it. Immediately, he felt a strange wave of power radiating from it. Pung, pung, pung. The core trembled greatly, warping the sight before Ling Han's eyes. His surroundings quickly darkened until there was nothing but countless stars. Fundamental particles. However, Ling Han was already in possession of 3 fundamental particles. As these fundamental particles completely rejected all the others, their bodies were crystal clear, while the other 3 were blurry, and could neither be seen nor touched. It was difficult to go from the 4th tier to the 5th tier in the first place. This rang true even for the greatest prodigy of all eternity like Ling Han. He calmed himself down and started using the dimensional core to resonate with the other 3 fundamental particles to make them clearer. The speed of progression was extremely low, but there was no helping it. Ling Han was only able to obtain a fragment of the dimensional core. Even though it was a rather big piece, it was still far from a complete core. However, Ling Han was confident in his abilities. All he needed was a catalyst. He let go of his pride and ego. Thanks to the relatively mundane life he had over the past several 100 million years, Ling Han was able to quiet his mind. Time slowly passed. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Ling Han let go of all worldly attachments as he bonded with the dimensional core and resonated with heaven and earth. In a flash, 900 million years had flown by. The dimensional core in Ling Han's hand no longer emitted any light. It was just a fragment to begin with, and with its energy depleted, it had become nothing more than an ordinary rock. However, Ling Han was still immersed in his contemplation on a deeper level. The dimensional core had already served its intended purpose. Now, it was up to Ling Han to do what he could. Each advancement for a heavenly venerate could be difficult, or it could be easy. Some would not be able to advance a single step even after spending epochs trying, whereas others could make that monumental leap after just sensing one of these fundamental particles. In Ling Han's mind, the three originally blurry fundamental particles had become much clearer. However, they were still dormant. Ling Han wanted to take control of all three fundamental particles in a single breath, but that was not realistic. If he truly had such intentions, he would only end up with nothing. As such, he chose one of the particles, and began resonating with it much more deeply. Time passed once more as the particle became even clearer in his mind. In fact, it was almost in reach. It's time. Ling Han opened his eyes. Wang. Energy surged around him, as though it had taken a physical form. Guided with both hands, a mysterious power instantly fused into his body. Boom! Ling Han's body changed drastically. Even though it was just a tiny vestige, it was enough to bring about a qualitative change. This was because it was the fundamental power of the fourth particle. Receive particle. Ling Han didn't end his cultivation there, as being able to sense the fourth fundamental particle was only the first step. His strength still had not undergone a qualitative change. He calmed himself and extracted more energy from the receive particle to train his physique. With the cultivation level broken through, Ling Han's energy capacity surged as well, and he was now able to contain even more energy. He was now able to store over 10,000 realms. At this stage, he could refine every dimension he had inside his body into a high-level dimension, but he would need time, a near boundless length of time. Perhaps these dimensions could only reach their peak after several hundred epochs. And this was only for a high-level dimension. What about the transcendent dimensions? Perhaps they would never be able to reach such heights. After another 700 million years, Ling Han finally stopped. He stood up with absolute confidence. Now that he had a 7th tier's battle prowess, he was virtually unbeatable. It was time to save his son and daughter. As soon as Ling Han came out of his cultivation, the Empress and Hunyou rushed over in joy. Ling Han, you've succeeded? Hunyou asked. Ling Han nodded, and said, I'm going to go rescue Jianxue and Xier. Wait for me here. The two women nodded. Even Hunyou was not being willful now. They knew that even though Ling Han now possessed a 7th tier's battle prowess, he still didn't have the immortal physique of the 7th tier. Against Chong Yen and Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains, he was still at a disadvantage. As such, they didn't want to add to Ling Han's problems. Ling Han immediately set off to Western Cloud's heaven. The distance was very far, but to a 7th tier, as long as it was within the same realm, it was simply the matter of a few steps no matter how far. In less than an hour, Ling Han arrived in the vicinity. After that, there was the 100 Frost Valley. The ground here was covered in a dense layer of snow, and what was strange about this place was that there was white snow and black snow. There was even red snow. Looking from the sky, the place was like a piece of brocade, and was extremely colorful. The 100 Frost Valley was still quite a big area. Ling Han emitted his divine sense, but he was extremely careful, and had to slowly spread his divine sense out. There was surely a 7th tier guarding this place, and it was best to avoid startling the enemy if he could help it, as this was a rescue operation. After rescuing everyone, he would head to the Genesis world of the last era and dig up more great herbs so that he could reach the 6th tier as soon as possible. Once he did, he would be able to suppress even 7th tiers. Found them. Ling Han quickly locked in on several auras which had a resonance with his bloodline. He moved silently, and he came upon a gloomy valley where dozens of people were sitting cross-legged in the span of a few breaths. Ling Jianxue, Ling Shi, Fu Tianqing, Rain Emperor, Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable, and the large black dog. They were all his descendants, disciple, comrades, and friends. Even though they were trapped, they clearly didn't give up, and persisted in their cultivation. Even those like Ling Shi and Fu Tianqing had advanced further despite their late start and reached the 4th tier, while Ling Jianxue was at the 3rd tier, and Ling Fifan at the 2nd tier. It was truly astonishing to have so many heavenly venerates under the same clan. The Rain Emperor and Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable were both at the 3rd tier, while the large black dog was still at the 2nd tier. This seemed to be his limit. Ling Shi and Fu Tianqing suddenly opened their eyes. This was because Ling Han had accidentally leaked out some of his aura from his excitement. "What is it?" Ling Jianxue asked. His cultivation level was lower, so he didn't sense anything. "Someone is spying on us," Ling Shi said, using her divine sense. Ling Jianxue raised his eyebrow and humphed. They were already prisoners. Who would spy on them? "Stop hiding and show yourself." Ling Fifan barked. Ling Han sighed. He had intended to come and go quietly, but now that Ling Fifan yelled so loudly, the old monster guarding this place surely had to have been alarmed. He walked out and smiled. "Would it kill you to be a little quiet?" Ling Fifan was shocked, but his expression soon turned to joy. "Old man, it's you. Why? Am I not welcome?" Ling Han glared, and added, "Then I guess I should just leave." "Father!" Ling Jianxue and Ling Shi shouted at the same time. They were both elated. "Fourth brother. Little Han." They all knew that now that Ling Han was here, he clearly intended to rescue them, and he undoubtedly had a pretty high chance of doing so. "Greetings, Master," Fu Tianqing said as he hastily knelt. Ling Han waved his hand, and said, "We can reminisce later. Let's leave this place now." Since you're already here, why leave?" a cold voice remarked. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains appeared. Chapter 2979, 2979 Fighting against Shatter Mountains. 2979 Fighting against Shatter Mountains. Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains appeared, staring coldly at Ling Han. There was a foreboding chill in his gaze. For someone at the 7th tier, there was virtually nothing they couldn't accomplish. However, Ling Han had managed to escape from his grasp time and again, and even destroyed one of his doppelgangers. This was a great disgrace for him. Moreover, there was a chance Ling Han could threaten Feng Wuding's position as the Son of Destiny. This was all more a reason for him to want to eliminate Ling Han. After plotting for all these years, this rascal had finally fallen into his trap. Ling Han smiled. "Stinky old fart, long time no see. You're as annoying as always." Wasn't that the case? They were having a long-awaited reunion between friends and family, but Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains just had to stick his nose in. "I will kill all these people in front of you one at a time. Let's see how you'll laugh then." Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains coldly declared. Even though he was talking about the lives of Heavenly Venerates, his expression was unperturbed, as though they were no more than mere pests. Ling Han's expression turned cold as he said, "Old bastard, are you that eager to die?" Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains scoffed, and didn't reply to Ling Han. As a 7th tier, why should he even bother arguing? He quickly struck out, but not towards Ling Han. Instead, he reached for Ling Shi. He had already declared that he would kill them all one at a time in front of Ling Han, and a 7th tier was not one to joke around. "Scram!" Ling Han shouted. He punched out towards Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains. Boom! After an intense shockwave, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' blow was stopped by Ling Han. However, he didn't completely disperse the force, but rather he just deflected it off course. There was no helping it. Ling Han's battle prowess had only entered the 7th tier, and he was much like Zhou Heng and Chu Hao back when they had just broken through, and they were not able to compete against a veteran like Shatter Mountains head-on in terms of power. Aside from that, Ling Han had a bigger handicap still, as his physique had not reached an indestructible state yet. "Go on ahead," Ling Han yelled. His power was weaker than that of Shatter Mountains, and he didn't have an indestructible body to fall back on. The situation would only worsen if the battle dragged on. Moreover, the objective of this mission was to rescue the hostages. Now that he had succeeded, why should they dally around? Ling Han would definitely kill Shatter Mountains, but it would definitely not be now. Ling Shi and the rest nodded, as they knew that they wouldn't be much help if they stayed. It would only be a hindrance to Ling Han, so they quickly went on their way. "Little Han, beat the shit out of that old fogey." The large black dog did not forget about verbally assaulting Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains before he left. As expected, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains' expression darkened immediately after hearing this. That black dog had always acted very obediently. Shatter Mountains never imagined the former would have such a dirty mouth once he was released. If he had known, he would have slapped him to death a long time ago. "No one is getting away," Shatter Mountains coldly declared, emanating the strength of a 7th tier. He planned to go on a killing spree. Shatter Mountains completely ignored Ling Han. He was a true 7th tier, and had an indestructible body. So what if Ling Han were to get a few punches in? Not even an existence as terrifying as Hysteria would be able to kill Shatter Mountains, much less Ling Han and his newfound 7th tier battle prowess. He would rather take Ling Han's punch than let any of the hostages go. Otherwise, he would fail to make true on his declaration. Pang! Under Ling Han's fist of fury, Shatter Mountains couldn't help caving and flew back from the force. Boom! Naturally, his attack was also heavily sent off course and cancelled out. Using this opportunity, Ling Shi and the rest ran far away. A Heavenly Venerate's speed was incredible, and they could traverse a great distance with a single step. Shatter Mountains had missed his chance, and was beside himself with rage. Even when he had just become a Heavenly Venerate, his word had been the law, and everyone had had to follow suit. This was even more so now that he was a 7th tier. However, it seemed like the prestige of a 7th tier was completely worthless in front of Ling Han. He wanted to kill Ling Han, but couldn't. And when he wanted to kill the people beside Ling Han, he also failed. Why was it so difficult? "Humph, you've made something of yourself. I regret not taking your life when I had the chance," Shatter Mountain said coldly. Truthfully, he had had plenty of opportunities to get rid of Ling Han, but he hadn't thought much of him at the time. By the time he figured he should erase him, he was stopped by Lin Luo. And when he really wanted Ling Han dead, the boy was gone without a trace. Now Ling Han was back, and he had a 7th tier's battle prowess. It would be extremely difficult to try and kill him now. Ling Han laughed. "I'm sure your daddy regrets giving birth to an animal like you too." Fuck. Even though Shatter Mountains possessed a will unshakable by anyone else, his expression still couldn't help twitching. Ling Han's words were extremely damaging to his ego. This kid had a very poisonous tongue. There were no other Heavenly Venerates who insulted someone like he did. Even though Ling Han didn't care for a Heavenly Venerate's prestige, Shatter Mountains had a reputation to uphold, and couldn't reduce himself to hurling insults with Ling Han. What would become of him then? Good. Very good. Shatter Mountains said menacingly as flames shot out from his eyes. These were karmic flames birthed from the intense friction between 6 types of fundamental powers. Even a 6th tier would suffer severe injuries by a mere touch. Shatter Mountains no longer cared for arguments, and simply let his actions do the talking. When it came to insults, the only person who could keep up with Ling Han was the large black dog. Boom! The rage of a 7th tier struck out with terrifying force. Ling Han didn't dare to take it lightly. He immediately channeled all of his 7th grade seals, and struck back at Shatter Mountains. There was no room for error. After all, he didn't have an indestructible body. When both their attacks crashed into each other, it generated a massive explosion. The shock waves alone caused the entire 100 Frost Valley to tremble and quake. This area was reinforced by Shatter Mountain's mystical power. Even if a 6th tier were to fight at full strength, it would displace a few rocks at most. There was no way they would be able to do any severe damage. However, against a 7th tier's power, this protection was practically non-existent. Even a single strike would be able to cause widespread destruction. Shatter Mountains fell back over 50 kilometers with this single blow. However, his whole body was soon enveloped in a bright light as the 6 different fundamental powers coalesced to become 6 pairs of wings. He flapped all of his wings, creating a powerful counterforce that allowed him to regain his balance and stopped his momentum. Die! With a powerful beat of his wings, his body immediately rushed forward at an unimaginable speed. This was a 7th tier. When Ling Han channeled his 7th grade combination seals, his strength had already surpassed that of Shatter Mountains. After all, the difference between a peak 7th tier and an early stage 7th tier was nowhere near as terrifying as 2,000 folds. However, Ling Han's physique was too weak, and the massive rebound created from the clash caused his entire body to tremble and his expression to turn pale. Ling Han couldn't deny that there wasn't much of an advantage to be had just by having the upper hand in terms of power while his cultivation had yet to reach the 7th tier. He was a prime example of this. Even though his power was higher, he was still the one who was trembling from the shock wave, and not Shatter Mountains. Ling Han grew even more alarmed at the fact that Shatter Mountains hadn't channeled a single heavenly venerable seal. Would a dignified 7th tier not have a single heavenly venerable seal? That was not possible. A 7th tier would definitely have a 1st grade seal. The question was how many they had, and whether they could form a set of combination seals. However, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountains didn't use a single heavenly venerable seal. Why? The old man was definitely intending to kill Ling Han, and not give him the chance to escape into the void. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.